2124. Thank you, Madam President.
Next question, Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Honorable Minister of Finance, in light of the government's decision to provide a salary relief grant to workers who have become unemployed as a result of the COVID-19, can the Minister inform the Senate of the process to be used to access said grant?
Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the press conference on Monday, held at the Office of the Prime Minister, we made it very clear that the procedures and guidelines would take approximately 7 days to develop. We are still working towards that target of 7 days, which would be at the close of business on Monday, the 30th of March. As a result, I am unable at this time to inform the Senator of the process because the process is currently being finalized.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the government has determined the number of possible individuals who are most likely to benefit from this salary relief grant when the final guidelines are established, Madam President?
Minister.
Again, at the press conference on Monday, I indicated that the calculations at this time came up with a number of approximately 80,000 workers who might be eligible for the salary relief grant. But I want to stress it was published in the Tuesday newspapers and the Wednesday newspapers and was the subject of a press release from the Ministry of Finance yesterday, which enjoyed wide circulation, that we are currently finalizing the procedures for persons who may wish to apply for this grant, and we will publish the procedures in the daily newspapers.
Yeah. Well, Senator Richards, I think the acting leader of government business may be in a position to answer your question, but your time is running out very quickly, so if you can post
Thank you, Madam President. Yes. To the Minister of Health, what, if any, special monitoring has been instituted for senior citizens' homes to ensure this vulnerable group is being protected from being infected with COVID-19?
Minister.
President. Madam President, senior citizens' homes accommodate elderly individuals and provide a spectrum of services. The Ministry of Health, as part of its COVID-19 prevention, treatment and control strategy, has issued guidelines for residents and the facilities in terms of personal hygiene, respiratory etiquette, social distancing, and creating a supportive environment for prevention and control through, in the first instance, a limit on visitation and greater vigilance and supervision by these homes by the Ministry of Health staff, in particular the County Medical Officer of Health and the Public Health Inspectors. Further, the Ministry of Health is partnering with the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services to implement and monitor these guidelines and to ensure the compliance with infection prevention control standards through routine assessment of the facilities. It should be noted, Madam President, that the Trinidad and Tobago Residential Care Association has already instituted a ban on visits to these homes. I thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quickly, can the Minister indicate if there's a hotline for giving the industries an unregulated one for institutions that are flouting and putting these persons at risk?
So the time for urgent questions has expired, but I will allow the Minister to answer.
Madam President, the Ministry of Health at a recent press conference announced some numbers, hotline numbers, for anybody needing to report matters relating to COVID-19. Thank you.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, we are in a position, just seeking your indulgence to go back to urgent questions. We are in a position to answer the question number 4 that is directed to the Minister of National Security. Oh, time has expired, sorry. Madam President, even better news, we are in a position to answer all 8 questions which are on notice today.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 51 to the Minister of National Security.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force has advised that there is currently no intention to seek maintenance services from Cobham Helicopter Services Trinidad Limited for the 4 Augusta Westland helicopters. These helicopters are being maintained by National Helicopter Services Limited. I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask, Madam President, through you, whether the Minister can provide the Senate with the actual amounts well, let me just recast that, Madam President. Having regard to the amount outlined, $10.6 million that was addressed in this breach of contract, whether this represents the full and final settlement. No. Yeah. Can the Minister advise this Honorable House whether this represents the full and final settlement of this contract?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise. Senator Hussain.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, in light of the Minister's answer that the National Helicopter Service is now responsible for the maintenance of the helicopters, can the Minister indicate what is the value or what is the amount that will be charged to the government with respect to the maintenance of these 4 helicopters by the NHS?
No, that question also does not arise. Senator Mark.
Ask, Madam President, whether these helicopters, these 4 Augusta Wetland AW139 twin turbine helicopters, are now available for service? May I ask that question through you, Madam President?
Senator Mark, that question also does not arise. It doesn't arise because of the way the original question was framed and the answer given. Next question, Senator Mark.
Question number 53 to the Minister of National Security.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I thank Senator Mark for this question, which gives us an opportunity to outline 7 or 8 measures which have been taken. Madam President, according to information received from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the policies utilized and implemented by the organization to treat with criminal violations are contemporary and proactive. Following are some of the major policies implemented by the TTPS, which have yielded varying degrees of success in curbing the murder rate. First, the TTPS continues its effort to remove illegal arms and ammunition off the streets. During the period January 1st, 2019 and December 4, 2019, the TTPS seized 769 illegal firearms and 10,415 rounds of ammunition. Secondly, the TTPS has vigorously investigated and prosecuted firearm offenders in the court. Third, the targeting of priority offenders, including murder suspects and persons involved in other violent crimes such as shootings and woundings, has been a priority for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. 4, the police service has targeted the seizure of illegal drugs as well as financial investigation into the proceeds of these offenses. 5, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has implemented gang units in each division of the police service, which aims to reduce gang activities across the country. 6. The police service has utilized eTrace, a database for tracking illegal firearms. This provides the TTPS with the capability to identify repeat offenders in specific cases, such as robberies and shootings which result in death by the use of firearms. 7. TTPS has established a gender-based violence unit which consists of specially trained personnel to deal with response and intervention to treat with violence based on gender or gender identity as distinct from other crimes. 8. Continuous training in evidence-based enforcement and prevention strategies in order to uphold the best practices for homicide detection and deterrence. In 2019, 1,116 police officers were specifically trained in several areas inclusive of crime scene management, eyewitness identification of suspects, and forensic science crime scene investigation. 9. Enhanced forensic testing has been implemented through increasing the capacity of the police armory and the Special Evidence Recovery Unit. 10. Increased training for Trinidad and Tobago Police Service officers in DNA sampling. This is linked to the proper functioning of the DNA register, which gives a better chance of detection, prosecution, and conviction of murder, and in relation to serious crimes, other serious crimes. And finally, Madam President, the collaborative relationships locally, regionally, and internationally has strengthened the TTPS's capacity to deal with homicides and other crimes. 27 police officers have benefited from training in the areas of forensic science and technology from the Chinese government. Additionally, the United States supports the TTPS by offering training to officers with respect to homicide investigations, as well as educating officers on the latest trends in forensic evidence. This training assists police officers in the Homicide Bureau in the conduct of investigations and the collection of evidence. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Mark?
Madam President, can I ask through you to the Honorable Minister, how have all these measures and or initiatives contributed to a de-escalation in the murder rate in Trinidad and Tobago? Can you tell us concretely?
Madam President, as I said in responding to the question, these measures have had varying degrees of success. We know for sure that there's not been a marked decline in the number of murders, but certainly when you look at the efforts in relation to the gender-based violence unit, it is possible to say that those activities, for example, have reduced the opportunities for homicides in these types of situations that involves persons in relationships or persons who are targeted based on their gender. So in every case I've outlined in terms of a step taken by the TTPS, I've outlined 11. The government is in a position to say that these measures have brought some success in terms of not being in a situation where we've had more murders or more homicides than we may have had. However, Madam President, I must say that there are specific pieces of legislation which the police commissioner has been saying publicly will assist in further reducing and arresting the opportunity for an increase in homicides, in particular those pieces of legislation that deal with firearms. And having asked the question, I continue to implore my friends on the other side to continue to listen to what we're saying and in the future to support us in relation to some of the matters I've outlined in those 11 steps which have been taken by the TTPS.
Senator Mark?
Madam President, can I ask my honorable colleague, with the establishment of these units, gang units, within each division of the police service, can the minister indicate, Madam President, through you, the efficacy as it relates to results, the activities of gangs in those various divisions where these anti-gang units have been established. Can you share with us how effective these anti-gang units have been in curbing the activities of gangs? Can you share with us?
Minister.
Madam President, no single measure, none of the individually, the 11 measures I've outlined are not likely on their own to make a significant impact on homicides in terms of one of them, and my friend has drawn reference to one of them. All these measures work together. In particular, they work with legislation. So the gang unit, for example, the decision to place gang units in each division is really an understanding that the closer the expertise reside to the source of the criminal activity, the better able the police services can respond and deal with it. But having a gang unit will allow for detection, it will allow for gathering of evidence, it will allow for charges to be laid, but they can't operate in a vacuum. They require the court, the judiciary, they require changes to the law, some of which we've made. They require changes in relation to DNA evidence, for example, some of which we have made, the establishment of the DNA lab. So some of these, a number of these things have to work together. But certainly, given the link between gangs in Trinidad and Tobago, gangsters, gang activities, the link between guns and gangs and drugs and gangs, it is understood that having gang units in every division gives the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service a better ability to respond to this particular aspect of crime.
Senator Hussain.
Madam President, given the emphasis on the use of DNA in terms of the fight against crime, can the Minister indicate whether or not the DNA bank has been established?
Minister.
Madam President, I'm sure my friends recall on the numerous occasions we've had to talk about their failure to get this DNA bank going and the work on the lab and all these things. And I'm happy to say that the government has made substantial progress on this matter. We've previously reported having established the physical facilities, having recruited the appropriate staff, and substantial progress has been made in relation to this matter of DNA.
Next question, Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Question number 67 to the Minister of National Security.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I thank my friend Senator Mark for this question. Madam President, persons who are required to give evidence in respect of matters before the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, other than the complainant, are considered victims or witnesses. The term state witness, however, is utilized to refer specifically to persons who voluntarily enroll in the official witness protection program of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in accordance with the Justice Protection Act, Chapter 533. According to the information from the Commissioner of Police, the official records of the police service show that no state witness enrolled in the official witness protection program has been murdered. With specific reference to the murder in 2019 of a Claxton Bay resident as a state witness, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has noted that this person was not a state witness, but was a victim of an alleged wounding. The TTPS, however, recognizes that the successful completion of matters before the courts of Trinidad and Tobago often depends on the aid of witnesses. As a result, the police service immediately investigates all reports received regarding threats to witnesses, and where necessary, general security protection are afforded to witnesses by implementing appropriate measures to provide effective protection.
Question, Senator Hussain.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate whether or not any legislative measures will be taken by government in order to strengthen the laws with relation to state witnesses?
Minister.
Madam President, as I've indicated earlier, on previous occasion, the government has laid in this parliament a legislative agenda, many of which relate to fighting crime, and included in that is all efforts to stop and stem criminal activity, including the interference with state witnesses. And of course, once again, I would say, if you bring anything specifically relating to state witnesses, I hope that my friends on the opposition bench will support us. Thank you very much.
Senator Hussain.
Very much, Madam President. Can the Minister confirm whether or not there was a reduced allocation towards the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service for the protection of state witnesses?
Seeing that question does not arise. Next question, Senator Mark.
Question number 68 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, on November the 7th, 2019, the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Company, TNTEC, visited the school to investigate the school's meter, which was reported to be overheating. Minor repairs were conducted by TNTEC on said day to facilitate the continuation of classes in the short term. Subsequently, the Ministry of Education formally requested that the National Maintenance Training and Security Company Limited, NMTS, to undertake emergency electrical works to resolve the aforementioned issue. Upon MTS site visit on November the 25th, 2019, it was discovered that the school meter was burning. As a result, TNTEC was notified, the electricity was disconnected, the meter was removed, and the MTS contractor commenced work to rectify the issue. The requisite works were completed at approximately midday on November the 26th, 2019, and classes resumed on November the 27th, 2019. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honorable Minister, through you, since the completion of these works, electrical works, can the Minister indicate whether there has been any further disruption of classes, even in light of the recent closure of these schools? Whether there have been any further disruption?
Senator Mark, that question doesn't arise. Next question.
Does
Yes.
I rise?
Yes.
We have 9 persons on the other side, and you did indicate to us that we only have 8. So could you rectify that for us immediately?
I understand it's
But
being rectified.
Can I
Yes.
pursue
Yes.
my question?
Yes.
The next one, that is? Question number, is it 69, ma'am? Yes, 69?
Yes. 69.
To the Honorable Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the monies which were owing to the concessionaires as at the date in question, November 11th, 2019, have all been paid. Total monies owed to the Maxi taxi concessionaires as at March 25th, 2020 is $6,596,728.50. The breakdown of the monies owed is as follows. Residual payments for 2 fortnights in 2019 in the amount of $628,508.79, and 3 fortnight payment claims in 2020 as at February 14th, 2020 in the amount of $5,967,500 $559.71. There have been no further claims for payment. Madam President, the Ministry of Education is currently liaising with the Ministry of Finance to obtain the necessary funds, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, are anticipated to be available within the next 3 weeks. Thank you.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate what are some of the factors that might be contributing to the build-up of these arrears involving the outstanding sums of $6.5 to $6.6 million owed to these concessionaires? What are some of the factors that may be responsible for
Minister.
Thank you very much. Madam President, on numerous occasions, I've had to explain the process that is involved. And once government money is being expended, one has to be extremely careful. And our Ministry of Education, through our finance department, has been very careful in disbursing funds. However, there is a contract between PTSC and the Maxi taxi concessionaires. And claims made by the Maxi taxi drivers first have to be verified by PTSC, and then that has to be sent to the Ministry of Education, where we have to check it again. Now, when I questioned our financial department as to why there has to be this double checking, I was informed because of the law, the Exchequer Act, it requires that the permanent secretaries, before signing off, must ensure that all claims are verified. And these are some of the issues that will result in an extended time for payment. Thank you.
Next question, Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 2717, I wish to withdraw questions 123, 124, and 125. So I consider them important. I don't consider them as important as the critical issues facing this country. So by your leave, I'd like to withdraw them.
Questions are withdrawn. Acting Leader of Government Business, can you just indicate the
Madam
position with the
President.
questions for written answer?
Yes, there is one question for written answer that is due today, and I'm respectfully asking for a deferral of 2 weeks for us to respond to that question, and that would be question number 122 to the Honorable Attorney General. Thank you.
So question number 122 is deferred for 2 weeks.
The motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, having regard to the second interim report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the National Statistical Institute of Trinidad and Tobago Bill 2018, 5th Session, 2019-2020, 11th Parliament, I beg to move that the committee be granted an extension to June 30th, 2020 to complete its work and submit a final report. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the National Statistical Institute of Trinidad and Tobago Bill 2018 be granted an extension to June 30th, 2020 to complete its work and submit a final report. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, having regard to the second interim report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Cybercrime Bill 2017, 5th Session, 2019-2020 of the 11th Parliament, I beg to move that the committee be granted an extension to September 18, 2020 to complete its work and submit a final report. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Cybercrime Bill 2017 be granted an extension to September the 18th, 2020 to complete its work and submit a final report. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, having regard to the second interim report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the miscellaneous provisions, Local Government Bill 2019, 5th session of the 2019-2020 Parliament, 11th Parliament, I beg to move that the committee be granted an extension to April 30th, 2020 to complete its work and submit a final report. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the miscellaneous provisions, Local Government Reform Bill 2019, be granted an extension to April 30th, 2020 to complete its work and submit a final report. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, bill second reading.
Before I call on the Minister of Finance, may I ask the Acting Leader of Government Business whether there has been agreement among the benches pursuant to Standing Order 117.
Madam President, keeping in mind your announcement in relation to today's sitting and in particular the 7 p.m. end, prior to the sitting there were discussions among the three benches. We recognize now that we have 3 hours and 44 minutes to deal with. Madam President, things would have fit nicely into that time frame, but there was no agreement on the first issue, which is to have a debate on both the bill and the motion that is before us. So when the mover of the motion would deal with that matter. We have agreed amongst ourselves, Madam President, that in relation to the bill, we'd allocate 3 hours for that debate, 1 hour for the use of each of the benches. The government intends to field 2 speakers, including the mover, and the independent bench has indicated that they would be fielding 3 speakers and managing their time during that 1 hour allocation. Madam President, in relation to the development motion, the motion to raise the ceiling, the government intends to field 1 speaker. The independent bench intends to field 2 speakers, and the opposition has indicated that they intend to field 3 speakers. Madam President, in relation to that 3 hour and 44 minutes and the 7 p.m. deadline, my colleagues on both benches will be speaking to each other continuously, recognizing that we want to finish both matters before us today and also finish in accordance with the 7 p.m. deadline.
So at the risk of taking up some of the very precious time that we have, may I just encourage members, please, we are in extraordinary times and we need to come together. The standing orders are there and provide for situations where we can have agreement with respect to how many speakers, the length of the speakers. So I urge everyone to try and, in the spirit of camaraderie that exists and in the protection of everyone here and the members of staff, I urge everyone to try and arrive at some consensus. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I think to demonstrate that we need to finish these matters today, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act, Chapter 7009, the Government Savings Bond Act, Chapter 7141, and the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 7506, be now read a second time. And in moving this motion, I'm constrained to address issues relevant to motion number 1. These matters are interrelated, and I'm seeking leave to debate these matters together. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, is this the wish of the Senate? Therefore, Honourable Minister, there is no agreement, so therefore I would ask that you proceed on the first item.
Very well, Madam President. I would have thought that the members of the opposition would understand the need to deal with these matters expeditiously, but that is clearly not to be. Shall I move it again, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Sorry, Madam President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act, Chapter 7009, the Government Savings Bonds Act, Chapter 7141, and the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 7506, be now read a second time. Before the Senate this afternoon, two matters. The one we are dealing with now is a bill which seeks to amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act and the Government Savings Bond Act and the Value Added Tax Act. As we all know, at the end of 2019, the whole world became aware of a virus that we now know as the coronavirus. The World Health Organization on February 11, 2020, proposed an official name for the disease, and this may not be known by many people, caused by the virus coronavirus that is termed COVID-19. COVID-19 is actually an acronym that stands for Coronavirus Disease 2019. I myself was not aware of that until yesterday. As you're also aware, Madam President, the virus has precipitated an avalanche of events that has rocked the world to its core, not only from the point of a very physical life or death, but from the point of survival of the world's economy, and in our case, the Trinidad and Tobago economy. We've all seen the headlines in the newspapers about world markets plunging, oil prices nosediving, and all of this has come as a result of the occurrence of this virus in China, China being one of the largest, if not the largest, consumer of hydrocarbons. So as the virus enveloped China, China's demand for hydrocarbons diminished, and then it spread throughout the rest of the world. And it's common knowledge that what occurred is a precipitous fall in crude oil prices, which are now some 60% below the fiscal 2020 budgeted price. I haven't checked the oil price for today, but yesterday it was in the vicinity of $24. Our budget is predicated on $60. I've just checked it. It's now $22.88. So that is more than 60% below the budget price of $60. The natural gas price has also dropped, and if I look at it now, natural gas is $1.63. That is almost 50% less than the budget price of $3. For the first 4 months of the year, we met our targeted oil price. The average for the first 4 months was somewhere in the vicinity of $62. But it began to decline after that and then collapsed a couple of weeks ago. Natural gas, on the other hand, has had a steady decline from the budget month of September into October. It was in the vicinity of $3 at the time of the budget. It is now $1.63. In 2019, natural gas hit a high of $4.25. and a low of $1.75, averaging out the year just below $3. What we face, and what faces the whole world, is not just a negative crude and natural gas commodity price shock, but the literal shutting down of businesses as every country tries to stem the spread of COVID-19. Some of you may be aware there was a press conference just a few minutes ago where a 14-day restriction, another 14-day restriction has been put into place. This will have an effect on economic activity in Trinidad and Tobago. We all know that country borders are being closed. The word globalization is no longer relevant. In fact, the buzzwords are now social distancing and self-quarantine. And a number of countries have legislated that people stay at home. The result of all of this will be cataclysmic. In light of this unprecedented sequence of events, there is need for immediate action by the government to alleviate the hardships that will occur. My colleague, the Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Minister of Public Administration, will go into some detail on the measures that the Cabinet Subcommittee on Finance has designed and will be implemented through the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Social Development over the next, well, in the immediate future. I will just briefly touch on them. We have recognized that we need to keep companies in funds. We need to give them as much cash as we possibly can. So one of the immediate solutions was to accelerate the payment of a substantial proportion of outstanding value-added tax refunds and income tax refunds and overdue payables owed by government to suppliers and contractors for items such as rent, security, janitorial services, construction, pharmaceuticals, etc. We expect to be able to make the value-added tax refunds next week and the income tax refunds. Shortly after that, we can start clearing off some of the overdue payables. We are doing this so that businesses will at least have some cash flow to be able to keep people in jobs. The overriding objective of all of this is to keep people in jobs. And there's another overriding objective, is to keep people alive, because we are now facing a life or death situation. The situation with VAT refunds has been made easier because 92% of persons owed VAT refunds are owed $250,000 or less. And that is it's going to cost us $277 million to immediately pay all VAT refunds of $250,000 or less than $250,000. Surprisingly, even if you go up to persons owed $10 million in VAT refunds, that still only accounts for 1/6 of the total amount. The total amount of VAT refunds owed is $6.2 billion. And if you go up to $10 million in VAT refunds and below, that only accounts for $1.2 billion of the VAT refunds. $5 billion is owed to the very large companies who are owed refunds of over $10 million. With respect to income tax refunds, so we took a decision right away, realizing that 92% of persons owed VAT refunds are owed $250,000 or less, and it would cost $277 million. We took a decision immediately to inject that $277 million into these businesses, which are small and medium-sized by definition. If you are owed a VAT refund of $250,000 or less, you are a small and medium enterprise by definition. So that was our focus in the first instance, to put these small businesses in cash. We looked at income tax refunds, and again, we saw that 75% of income tax refunds that are owed to persons who are owed $20,000 or less. So we decided also that we will target that 75% of persons who are owed $20,000 or less. In terms of the VAT refunds, that will assist 9,364 businesses. And in terms of the income tax refunds, it's a very similar number, in the region of 9,300 as well. So that in terms of income tax refunds and VAT refunds, we are helping over 18,000 entities, which together, in the VAT case, make up 92% of the registered businesses. There are only 10,160 registered businesses. And in the terms of the persons who are owed refunds, is just over 12,000. So that's one of the things we have decided to do right away. Some of the other measures include increased social welfare assistance, food cards, and other grants that come from the Ministry of Social Development. And we also came up with the idea, a very necessary idea, of a salary relief grant of $1,500 a month for 3 months, for up to 3 months. Up to $1,500 for up to 3 months. That may have to be looked at again based on today's announcement in terms of additional restrictions. But the bottom line is, when you add up all of this, the VAT refunds, the income tax refunds, the salary relief grant, etc., you're looking at a total of $400 million, and that was the original estimate that we made earlier this week for the salary relief grant. 80,000 persons at $1,500 for 3 months takes you to $360 million, and then there will be others outside of the system, so we grounded that off to $400 million. The VAT refunds, 277, the income tax refunds, 110. Those two together take you up to about $800 million. And then when you add in the additional funding that we have to put into the Ministry of Social Development to deal with persons outside of the system, because the salary relief grants in the first instance will be administered through the National Insurance Board to persons who are in the NIS system. And there'll be lots of people who may not be in that system. So they would have to access any assistance through the Ministry of Social Development. So we've created a fund of about $300 million for the Ministry of Social Development. We also decided that we need to inject cash to pay off money owed, as I said, to contractors, people who provide janitorial services, rent, etc. And we've put aside $1 billion for that. So when you do all the maths, $400 million for salary relief, $300 million for social development, another $400 million for the various refunds that we are making, and then if you take it into, this is over a 3-month period, if you take it into 4 months, we come up with an immediate need for cash to deal with this immediate relief of about $2.5 billion. And it's absolutely necessary, Madam President, otherwise the entire country will just collapse around us. Coupled with that, we have a revenue loss. When I first estimated the revenue shortfall a couple of weeks ago, or let's say 10 days or 11 days ago, at that time the price of oil that we got, the price we got for local crude was of the vicinity of $39. It is now down in the range of $24, $25. So that at that time I had estimated a revenue shortfall from petroleum of $3.5 billion. It's much closer to $5 billion now. And then when you look at the revenue loss that will occur because businesses will not be functioning, so you will have withdrawal of corporation tax, value-added tax, green fund, business levy, and so on. And you add in the loss estimated for business levy and green fund, just from the oil companies alone, that those two together, believe it or not, will cause a loss of revenue of $1 billion. So when you do all the maths, and this is all speculative because we have no idea where this virus is carrying this country. We do not know. We are in completely uncharted waters. We don't have a clue. So the whole point of our exercise today is to give us the tools to live, to survive as a country, to survive as a people. But when we look at the revenue loss, our best estimate now in the Ministry of Finance is somewhere between $6 and $7 billion in revenue lost over the next 6 months as a result of this calamity that has befallen the world and Trinidad and Tobago. And when you add the $2.5 billion that we need to put in to allow businesses to get some cash to at least keep their employees in jobs for as long as possible, that would take you up to somewhere between $8.5 and $9.5 billion. So we're really looking at a huge problem that is somewhere between $8.5, $9.5, $10 billion. And this is nothing that anybody could foresee. Thankfully, as a country, we have savings. We have a fund, Heritage and Stabilisation Fund, which is designed specifically for this. And there's a lot of old talk out in the system from people who just don't know any better, or perhaps they do and they're just making mischief as to what the Heritage Fund was designed for. But let me just read, Madam Speaker, what the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund was designed for. The Heritage and Stabilisation Fund was designed to cushion the impact and sustain public expenditure at a time of a critical revenue downturn resulting from a fall in prices of crude oil or natural gas. That is what the persons who developed that legislation had in mind when they designed the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund. And it's Act number 6 of 2007, which was assented to in March 2007. So that was 13 years ago. And section 3.2 of that act says, the purpose of the fund is to save and invest surplus petroleum revenues derived from production business in order to cushion the impact on or sustain public expenditure capacity during periods of revenue downturn, whether caused by a fall in the prices of crude or oil or natural gas. So the fund, there's no magic in this fund. It's simply a savings account, if I could put it in the simplest way. When you fall on hard times, you have to dip into your savings account. That's what it's for. And that's what the framers of the fund had in mind when they did that in 2007. There's no mystique in any of this. But one of the things that they did not envisage at that time in 2007, because in those days oil was $146. 146. 8 times what it is now. Natural gas was $13 a MMBTU. Today it's $1.63. Just look at that. So when the framers of the Heritage Fund were looking at this golden harvest that was coming at them in 2007, oil at 146, gas at $13, the good times would never end. So they created this fund to save for future generations, a very laudable and noble ideal. But they never thought that a time would come when you would have to dip into the fund immediately, because at the same time, the government's account at the central bank was in credit. In fact, this whole concept of the government's overdraft being close to the limit is alien to public servants. I've had this problem in the Ministry of Finance. They don't understand the concept of the government's account being in overdraft, because that only began for the first time in 2012. Prior to that, the government's account was always in surplus. And in 2007, the surplus was $11 billion, $11 billion. So you have a current account which has credit to the sum of $10 billion. You have a overdraft available to you at that time of somewhere of the vicinity of $6 billion. So they had about $16 billion available. Just dip into the current account, not the savings account, and use money. So the concept of the fund was you would never have to get money immediately. You could simply use the reserve standing in your name in your current account. And that's why they designed it in this way, to make it ex post facto. So you wait for the whole year to pass. You look at your estimates of revenue. You look at your actual revenue from petroleum. And if there's a shortfall, you can then withdraw by way of a formula. If we use that formula now, we're dead. Because we'll have to wait until October, until the fiscal year ends, and then look at the estimated revenues for fiscal 2020, the actual revenues, and then see whether the formula would apply. All of us in this country will die. So, Madam President, we have brought a bill to amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act, and it inserts a new clause, a new section, Section 15A, which allows for withdrawals in exceptional circumstances. And this new section will create a condition where you can withdraw immediately if any one of 3 occurrences exists. A A disaster area is declared under the Disaster Measures Act because we wanted to tie it to existing law. A dangerous and infectious disease is declared under the Public Health Ordinance, again, tie it to existing law. We could have simply said a disaster without tying it to law, but we've done so. We could have simply said a pandemic without tying it to law, but we have done so. And also, there is or likely to be a precipitous decline in budgeted revenues, which are based on the production or price of crude oil or natural gas. Once any one of these things occurs, the government, whichever government it is, because we're making law for the future, would be able to withdraw from the fund an amount not exceeding $1.5 billion US. And for transparency, the minister will report to the Parliament within 60 days. We said 60 days because look at what is happening now. We don't know when the next sitting of this place will be. I don't know. So that, for example, to come back and report and to get the public servants to do all the work to prepare the report might not even happen. So that's why we said 60 days, let's be reasonable. Because in the other place they asked, why not 30? And we explained to them, be reasonable. Just to prepare the report and have a sitting might take more than 30 days. What we've also done in this bill is tidied up some provisions in the Government Savings Bond Act and the Value Added Tax Act. It was the intention of the government to use the Government Savings Bond Act. And by the way, Madam President, how long have I been speaking for?
31, 41. 21 minutes.
Much. All right, we're making good time. It was the intention of the government to use the Government Savings Bond Act to issue bonds to be used to pay arrears of VAT refunds. And for that reason, we came to this Parliament some time ago, and we increased the limit for government savings bonds from 1 billion to 3 billion. But on reflection, since we're in this situation with us where we are now, while the issue of $277 million to deal with 92% of persons or entities that are owed VAT refunds will go a long way and will target specifically the small and medium enterprises, we also can't leave out the other VAT payers. So that we do intend to still issue bonds, but based on advice from senior counsel, it was felt it was better to give the government options and not simply exhaust the limit that is available under government savings bonds, because we raise the limit under government savings bonds to 3 billion. But if we use up all of that, there'll be nothing left for savings bonds in the future. We'd have to come back to Parliament. So council has advised that we put a provision into the Value Added Tax Act itself to allow persons an option or allow governments an option in terms of making VAT refunds. And that would be Clause 4 of this bill, which inserts a new 47A, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign agreements. There was a question in the other place, what does that mean? This is copied almost verbatim from the CLICO legislation, where when persons got CLICO bonds, they were required to sign an agreement discharging the government from any future claim or any future liability. So that this would just allow a minister, not necessarily this minister, to be able in the future, if bonds are being issued for the purpose of refunding tax, that an appropriate agreement can be signed by the Minister of Finance on behalf of the government. It also would now allow payments to be made in any form, including bonds. The bonds would be interest-bearing or non-interest-bearing, as the case may be, transferable or non-transferable, as the case may be. And because the current VAT liability was $6.2 billion, we put as the limit of bonds that could be issued $6 billion at any given time. Can't go beyond that. If you want to go beyond that, you'd have to come back to Parliament. The rate of interest on the bonds would be specified by regulations, which is exactly what is in the Government Savings Bond Act. That the minister may make regulations, I'm going down to the last page now, 47E, prescribing anything required to be prescribed under this part, generally for giving effect to this part, including regulations relating to the denomination of bonds, types, classes, or series of bonds, transfer of bonds, form, issue, and recording of bonds, method of holding bonds. The bonds would be a charge on the consolidated fund, which means they will get first call on other payments due. To make sure that we have covered every legal loophole, the bonds are deemed to be duly registered in accordance with the Securities Act, and the minister may designate the central bank or an appropriate financial institution as the fiscal agent for the purpose of the bonds. So that's it basically in a nutshell. The amendment to the government savings bond is just a very, very minor amendment allowing for the transfer, for the bonds to be transferable. And let me explain what that means. In the budget of 2020, I had indicated that we were going to issue bonds for arrears of VAT. And at that time, I had indicated that the interest rate that we had in mind was 1.5%. And the tenor, period of the bonds, was 5 years. Since then, after detailed discussion with the commercial banks and representation made by persons who are owed VAT, the interest rate we are looking at is in the vicinity of 3%, and the tenor of the bonds, the period, is in the vicinity of 3 years. We've had extensive discussions with the banks, and they have confirmed that if we offer bonds for arrears of VAT, having a tenor of 3 years and an interest rate of 3%, the bonds will be fully convertible by the banks at 100 cents on the dollar. So persons will lose nothing. So they can take the bonds to the bank the next day and get 100 cents on the dollar. So persons would have the opportunity, if they want to keep the bonds as an investment, because the bonds will be earning a fairly good interest of 3%, or if they need cash immediately, they can go to the commercial banks and cash them in right away. So we've chosen the interest rate and the tenor very carefully, looking very carefully at the government's yield curve and what is out there. And these are tax-free bonds. So the effective interest rate is actually for the banks, that is, if they buy them, the effective interest rate is over 4%, 4.2% actually. So it's a very attractive proposition for the banks, and that is why they've told us they will purchase them at par, 100 cents on the dollar. Let me just talk a little bit about the fund itself. As I said, there's no mystique with this fund. If we do not give ourselves the ability, because this is not our only source of funds in this crisis. The Andean Development Bank, very progressive bank, made up principally of developing countries, not such a big countries in that bank, it's Latin American countries. And Trinidad and Tobago is the only English-speaking full member of that bank, the Andean Development Bank. Approved a loan for Trinidad and Tobago about a month ago in the amount of $200 million for infrastructure works. In the midst of this crisis, they have stepped up and said they can offer a further $50 million to Trinidad and Tobago to deal with the fallout from COVID-19. So that's $250 million available to us in very short order from the Andean Development Bank. That's 1.7 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. The World Bank is offering us a fast dispersing loan to deal with COVID of $20 million. And the Inter-American Development Bank has said they will prioritize and reorganize existing loans already approved for Trinidad and Tobago for a number of long-term programs, and that would yield an additional $50 million for us. And they've also said they would give us another $20 million to deal specifically with the problems that will arise from this disaster. The IDB has put as its condition, its only condition, that the money that they give us or lend to us would be used for the health sector. Because that is their focus. They know what we are going to have extreme expenditure on healthcare in this period. They have to bring out personnel, buy supplies, operationalize facilities that are currently not operationalized and so on. So the IDB has said they would like us to allocate whatever funds they make available to the health sector. The other institutions have not insisted on that. So from the international, the multilateral financial institutions, we have a basket of funds in excess of $300 million available to us, over 2 billion TT dollars. So that's a pool that is available to us. We also have funding on the local market, both in TT dollars and in US dollars, because there's quite a bit of US here, and it is a better idea to borrow. If you're going to borrow in US, it's better to borrow from the local banks than to go overseas, spread the money around in the local economy rather than exporting it overseas. And then the fourth source of funds is our heritage fund, which we're looking at here. So we're trying to have a range of options available to the government so that we look at the best, fastest, most cost-effective option that gives the best value for money and utilize whichever one falls within the criteria that this disaster demands, because this disaster demands immediate, fast, quick, very prompt action. But just let me talk about the fund itself. The fund has lost value with the collapse of the stock market over the last month or so, and it went down to $5.6 billion US dollars about a week ago. It was over 6 billion prior to that. But I'm very happy to say that between yesterday, Wednesday, and Tuesday, the stock markets in the United States rallied as a result of the stimulus package that the US administration has decided to pump into the US economy, $2 trillion US dollars. The stock markets rallied on Tuesday. The stock markets had the best performing day that they had had for almost 20 years. And yesterday, the stock markets rallied again. I haven't had the opportunity to look at the stock market today. I don't know what it's doing. But based on what I had seen yesterday, the stock market was doing very, very well. And, it's up again today. Stock market is up 5.63% today. And let me tell you what that means. The stock market jumped on Tuesday, almost 10%. Our fund made $150 million US dollars in one day. Stock market jumped yesterday. Our fund made another $50 million US dollars yesterday. So between Tuesday and Wednesday, the fund, our heritage fund, grew by $200 million US dollars. And based on what I'm seeing here, with a 5% increase, it would seem to me that at least another $100 million in value would have accrued to our heritage fund today. It was yesterday at 5.8 billion. I suspect it's going to be close to 6 billion by the close of business today. So our fund is very well managed. We have about $1.5 billion in what are called easily tradable T-bills, which don't earn much interest, which can be cashed in right away. And the balance of the fund is in equities, which go up and down based on the stock market. And therefore, we have matched the 1.5 billion in easily convertible treasury bills, US treasuries that is, to the 1.5 billion limit that we put here. So if you draw it out, it has no effect on the elements of the fund that go up and down. So even if we were to draw out the entire 1.5 billion, the remainder could easily go back up in value and reach $5 billion, because it did hit at one point in time 6.5. So, Madam President, I really don't want to go into any long debate about what we are about today. If we don't do this, we'll be committing suicide, economic and literal suicide, Madam President. I think everyone is of the view, we got unanimous support in the other place. Everyone is of the view that we are in a bad place. and therefore to lift our country up and keep our heads above water and to allow people to live, I come to the Senate and I ask you all to support us with this legislation. And with those few words, I beg to move, Madam President.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act, Chapter 7009, the Government Savings Bonds Act, Chapter 7141, and the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 7506, be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to speak on this measure that is before us today. Madam President, no one can deny that the present environment on a global scale is extremely challenging. It is challenging for us, and it is challenging for the world. I think, Madam President, as we speak, close to 160 countries are reeling under this assault and attack by this invisible and deadly enemy called the coronavirus. We therefore recognize that fiscal monetary support are expected from both the central bank as well as the government. But, Madam President, whatever we do in these perilous times, we must exercise fiscal prudence, sensible governance, and we have to secure at all times, Madam President, proper accountability as well as transparency, and of course, Madam President, parliamentary oversight for public monies. So I want to say from the outset, we agree with the Honourable Minister of Finance that we are living in perilous times, and our responsibility is to ensure that the fabric of our society, the lives of the citizens, the security and safety of the people, the well-being of the citizens remain paramount. So, like him, we agree. We must secure lives. We must save lives. We must preserve our citizenry. And, Madam President, we also have to preserve jobs, because jobs are important in this exercise that we are in this particular environment, I should say. So yes, we are living in extraordinary times, and we need to adopt extraordinary measures and action to preserve the lives of every citizen of our republic. And, Madam President, to keep our economy alive. So, today, Madam President, we are in solidarity. We are in support of the measures that the government have brought to the table today that is before us. But, Madam President, as we proceed in this environment, this emergency, we would also wish to put forward for the minister's consideration, for the government's consideration, suggestions that would be able to tighten and strengthen the legislative framework that we have before us. So at the end of the exercise, we will be able to ensure, Madam President, that accountability, transparency, and oversight remain intact as it relates to the expenditure of public funds, Madam President. We would hope through this debate and the ultimate passage of the legislation that appropriate allocation would be made, Madam President, to the health sector, Madam President, to ensure that our health care professionals, our technicians, our nurses, our doctors, who we are in solidarity with because they are the front line in this battle, that appropriate allocations would be made to provide, Madam President, these healthcare professionals in our health sector with the relevant and necessary supplies, whether it is PPE, whether, Madam President, it is testing kits, whether it is gears, whether it's gloves, breathing apparatus, as they call it, respirators, Madam President. These things are all important. And I want to appeal to the Minister of Finance that we do everything in our power to ensure that supplies are available to our healthcare workers. Provide them with the necessary tools so that they can perform their function and carry out their responsibility. That is very important in this battle against this invisible and deadly enemy. Madam President, I was shocked today when I looked on the social media platform and I saw a picture of a gentleman in Italy on a building as high as the Hyatt, Madam President. He had just lost his mother, his father, he lost his wife, he lost his daughters, he lost his sisters, everyone, Madam President, dead because of the coronavirus. And Madam President, this gentleman felt he had nothing more to live for. And you know what he did, Madam President? He threw himself off that building. He's now dead. That is the kind of psychological terror that visits our people, whether they be in Italy, whether they be in America, whether they be in Japan, Madam President, or Africa, or India. The people are under attack. And in Trinidad and Tobago, we are under attack by this invisible and deadly enemy, Madam President. So we are supporting these measures because we know that we need to provide the resources to our country and to our people, because as the minister said, we have to save lives, we have to preserve jobs in our country, and we have to make sure our economy remains alive. Because no matter what happens, Madam President, at the end of the day, if we don't have citizens alive and well and kicking, the economy is going to disappear. We make the economy function. We make the economy work. The workers, the people of our country who work, So we have that responsibility. So, Madam President, this is a very serious matter that we are confronting today. And I was quite happy to hear that the Prime Minister, having gotten, at least taken on board the concerns of our country, the Express editorial, our leader of the opposition put out a statement yesterday calling on the government to shut down the country, lock down the country.
Senator Mark, please.
Yes, sorry, Madam President.
No, that's all right. I just want to point out that we're dealing with the particular bill. Let's try and be focused on the bill itself.
Yes. Madam President, is dealing with COVID, because without this bill, without this virus that is in the atmosphere, we wouldn't have been here today. So I'm not going to spend too long. I'm going to move on. But there's an inextricable link between this disease and what we are dealing with here today. But Madam President, I hear you, and I apologize. Madam President, I want to say that the minister indicated that in the legislation that is before us today, there are objectives, there are areas, I should say, in which the government is seeking to focus and spend monies on. And when we go, Madam President, to the very critical part of the legislation, which is the Heritage and Stabilisation Act, which is being amended by inserting after Section 15A, which is a new clause, Madam President. I want to say the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund is a national asset. It belongs to every citizen in our republic, man, woman, and child. We are shareholders of this fund, Madam President. Tom, Dick, Harry, Jane, every citizen, 1.4 million people. So I think that must be made very clear that the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund belongs to the people of our country, and it represents a national asset. So, Madam President, we know that because of the emergency, there is need to relax the rules, and that is what the minister is attempting to do, because we are in an emergency, and it needs, the government, that is, Madam President, requires emergency funding. We have been advised by the Honorable Minister of Finance that Trinidad and Tobago may have lost between $6 and $7 billion as a result of the collapse in gas and oil prices. Not to mention what is going on in the petrochemical sector with ammonia and urea and methanol. So we have lost a lot of critical revenue, Madam President. And therefore, who can stand against measures, Madam President, to provide salary relief grant to workers who have been retrenched? Or to improve, Madam President, or increase the expenditure in terms of allocation to those citizens who are on public assistance, who are on disability grants, Madam President. Who can be against, Madam President, giving our school children food cards? Even though school is closed, you have to make sure that parents who might be unemployed or who have to stay home, these children must be able to receive and to have nutritional intakes as a result of these food cards that will be supplied, so that they can keep body, mind, and soul together. So, Madam President, all these social measures that amount to $2.5 billion coming out from the Stabilisation Fund is absolutely critical, absolutely essential. So we are told in Section 15A, which is Clause 2 of the bill, that the government has put forward 3 essential reasons for withdrawing funds from the HSF. Madam President, I want to tell you that the HSF came out of something called the Interim Revenue Stabilisation Fund, which was established in 2000 by the United National Congress administration and the former finance minister, Brian Quaitong. It was transformed from the 2000 incarnation in 2007, Madam President, into what is known today as the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. And Madam President, we are told in this section of the legislation that if there is a disaster area or a disaster area is declared, we can go into the fund, Madam President, and withdraw. We are also told, Madam President, that if there's a dangerous infection, disease or infectious disease, I should say, declared by the public health ordinance, we go into the fund. And Madam President, there's also this provision, which I'd like the Minister of Finance to really clear up for us this evening. And it says, where there is or likely to be a precipitous decline in budgeted revenues, which are based on production or price of crude oil or natural gas, we can also withdraw funds from the HSF. I would ask the Honorable Minister if he could be a little more specific in his language as it relates to this section. When we talk about precipitous decline, Madam President, what is the Honorable Minister speaking about? Is he talking about a percentage? Is it 25%? Is it 50%? Is it 40%? You see, Madam President, if we do not tighten up these matters, then we can have a situation where, Madam President, it is left solely and completely to the judgment and discretion of the Minister of Finance, any Minister of Finance, to enter the HSF and withdraw monies. So I think that we need to be a little more tight and specific in the language here. It's a bit vague, Madam President, and I am asking the Honorable Minister to look at that. Madam President, we know that based on what the Minister has said, we are getting some funding from the CAF. We are 50 million US, I heard him said. We are getting some funding, Madam President, from the IADB, between 50 and 70 million US, and the World Bank is giving us some support. I didn't hear the Honorable Minister speak to the issue of the 50 billion US coronavirus emergency fund that the IMF would have established that would allow us to access those funds at a rate of 1.5% or thereabouts. I would like the Honorable Minister to tell us what steps, what efforts we are making, what efforts we are making, Madam President, in order to access and get those funds. Because, Madam President, we are in an emergency situation. So wherever we can get a grant, wherever we can get funding at reasonable rates that we can deal with, I am saying that we must access those funding in order to keep our economy alive and to save lives, Madam President. So those things are very important. Madam President, as I'm on this question of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, may I ask the Honorable Minister through you in his winding up, if he can give us an undertaking and give us an understanding at the same time, because this HSF is the star in the economic firmament of our landscape called TNT. We must do everything in our power, Madam President, to preserve it. So whilst we go into it today to withdraw monies, which we have to do because of the emergency, we would like to ask the Honorable Minister if he can consider, upon the recovery of oil and gas prices in the business cycle of this economic environment, so within a 3-year period, can the Minister of Finance examine the possibility of replacing the monies that we are now withdrawing from the HSF, so that that very important financial tool that we have, that we are now accessing, Madam President, can be there for the long run, because we have a we call it novel coronavirus now with us, and we are tackling it now. But Madam President, in 20 to 40 years' time, you may have another attack by another virus. What is going to be there for our children and what we call the intergenerational equity that is critical? And therefore, Madam President, I would like the Honorable Minister to consider taking the money as he's taking it, but making sure, Madam President, that the money is replaced when we have, or we would have, recovered. So 3 years down the road, the next Minister of Finance, whoever that Minister of Finance may be, could take that money that we took out in 2020 and have it replaced in our HSF. I would like the Minister to consider this particular proposal, Madam President. It is very vital and crucial as we go forward. Madam President, I want to also make a point in response to the Honourable Minister's submission. The Honourable Minister, in his contribution, Madam President, made it very clear that according to the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund, it was established for a particular purpose. And the Honourable Minister emphasized the savings aspect of this mechanism, this critical financial tool, this national asset. So we can use it whenever we have a shortfall in our budgetary arrangements in terms of actual and budgeted projections for oil, whether it's oil and gas or other, oil and gas in particular, Madam President. So yes, it is a savings device. It is a saving mechanism so that we can access it. But Madam President, I would like to also indicate to my honorable colleague, the Minister of Finance, that when you go to the same section 3 of the Parent Act of the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund, Madam President, you go to section 3 to subsection C, and it reads, Madam President, this particular HSF, the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund, is also to provide a heritage for future generations of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago from savings and investment income derived from the excess petroleum revenue. So I would like the Honourable Minister to recognize that the fund has two functions. It is to stabilize our economy, to deal with what we are dealing with here today, along with the infectious disease that is in our midst, Madam President. But we must never forget that there's always and there exists a heritage component of this HSF. And I would like the Honourable Minister, who has committed in several budget statements, if I'm not mistaken, it is part of the PNM's manifesto, to separate heritage from stabilization. So, Madam President, one portion of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund will go towards intergenerational intergenerational equity. And then the other portion will go towards stabilization and maybe deal with some of these same issues that we are dealing with, Madam President. So I would like to appeal to the Honorable Minister whether he intends to bring amendments to the legislation or whether he intends to table today an amendment to the legislation in order to make this separation between the heritage aspect as well, Madam President, as the stabilization aspect. I think that is very important, and I wanted to emphasize this in the interest of our nation and in the interest of our people. Madam President, I know that we do not have a bottomless pit when it comes to money. We are limited in our resources. But I would like to ask the Honorable Minister whether the government has taken into account the provisioning of support for those persons who are employed, but whose factories may have to shut down, whether those employed persons will be able or would be considered in the provisioning of some support mechanism as it relates to a grant or some kind of relief. Because in the United States and in the United Kingdom, those two countries and Denmark, they are doing everything in their power, even though in Denmark the economy is in a freezer at this time. They have shut down that whole economy. But you know, Madam President, one of the things that they are doing, they are making sure that every single worker who is employed is in receipt of their monthly income or monthly wages or salary. So I would ask the Honorable Minister, we know we don't have large amount of monies that we can just get here and there and everywhere, but whether any consideration is being given to work very closely with the TTMA. Madam President, I was going through the papers last evening, and this is the Wednesday copy of the Trinidad Express, page 15, Trinidad Guardian, I beg your pardon, on page 15, and one of the headline is TTMA fears lengthy shutdown. And Madam President, we don't know where we are going. We don't know where this disease is taking us and where we will end up. I think we also have to take into account, Madam President, as we deal with this virus. We have been told by the Honorable Prime Minister that given, for instance, what we have seen and the modeling that has taken place and the spread of this disease, 1 in 3, we may end up, Madam President, experiencing what the Honorable Prime Minister said as the peak of this assault on our society by sometime in May. We are now in the month of, we're still in March. So we have the month of April and we have May to come. So the Honorable Minister of Finance has to come up with another package to deal with, for instance, that particular development that is going to take place. And Madam President, most importantly, when we would have reached and plateau and get into the flattening of the curve, we have to ensure, Madam President, that the stimulus that is required to get our economy going is available. In this context, Madam President, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister whether any efforts are being made to deal with this country's food security. Whether the government has taken into account...
Senator Mark, I have to caution you again. While a lot of the issues you're raising are relevant to general circumstances right now, I would caution you to deal with the specific circumstances of the bill.
Madam President, you would agree with me that the Honorable Minister went at length to outline a number of measures that the government has taken in order to save lives. All I am doing with your leave, Madam President, is asking the Honorable Minister, apart from the measures that he had mentioned, whether the government has taken into account, Madam President, the whole issue of food security as well as water security. That is all, Madam President, I wanted to say without violating your ruling, Madam President. Madam President, I also would like to deal with the question about the bonds that the Honorable Minister mentioned in his contribution. We know that, for instance, $6 billion is going to be raised out there. I want to ask the Honorable Minister the rate of interest on these bonds. The repo rate is a good way, I think is a good measurement to start, or a good place to start. I think the repo rate has been reduced to 3.50%, Madam President, if I'm correct. I would ask the Minister to look at adding another 2 percentage points. And if you're going to give people bonds, Madam President, the Minister needs to look at a more reasonable rate of interest to attach to these bonds over the period of time that people are going to be in possession of them. So I would ask the Honourable Minister to look at the repo rate as a base, as well as to top it up with another 2%, so that, for instance, persons who have been suffering for several years as it relates to their VAT refund, which is owed to them properly by the government of TNT, that they are given a proper rate of interest for these bonds. Madam President, as we go further into this piece of legislation, I would ask the Honourable Minister, under Part 5A, entitled Special Provisions for Refunds of Tax, I would ask the Honourable Minister to keep the Parliament in focus at all times. We are the oversight mechanism that can ensure and assist the Minister in getting things right. So I ask the Honourable Minister to look at 47D, where the Minister may by order designate the central bank a financial institution as fiscal agent, and it goes on to say what these fiscal agents can do. I would ask the Honourable Minister, in making these orders, they be subject to a negative resolution of the Parliament. So he would table those orders so that we will have sight of those orders. And Madam President, I would also like the Honourable Minister under 47E, Madam President, where regulations prescribing anything required to be prescribed, anything under this part, and generally for giving effect to this part, I would like the Honourable Minister, Madam President, through you, to consider, Madam President, this whole question of making regulations either affirmative, subject to an affirmative resolution, or a negative resolution, so we in the Parliament can have sight of these regulations. And Madam President, I also would like the Honourable Minister to consider, although he made a submission, I want to respectfully disagree with him. I think 60 days, too long, too many days are involved here. I would ask him if he can reduce those 60 days to a reasonable number. I think 30 days seem reasonable. And I also would like to ask the Honourable Minister to put into the legislation, when the report is issued or is tabled in the Parliament, that we have in the legislation that the report shall be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. So there is a specific committee in our apparatus that would be responsible, Madam President, for looking at the report that the Minister is submitting, rather than leave it vague and open, and we don't know exactly which committee is going to deal with it. I prefer the Public Accounts Committee that would have the Auditor General near its operation to deal with this matter. Madam President, how many more minutes I have? I'm subject to 30 minutes. I pass that. Well, gentlemen, let me wind up then.
Yes.
Madam President, would you all leave? I wind up. No.
Yes.
Would you all leave, Madam President?
Sure.
Madam President, I would just want to close by saying that the Honourable Minister needs to pay attention to those workers and those small business people and medium-sized business people. They need support, and we must do everything in our power to keep these businesses alive and well. In closing, Madam President, I want to tell the Honourable Minister, we are in an emergency. We understand we are in an emergency. We support the measures proposed by the Honourable Minister. We have put forward suggestions for the Honourable Minister's consideration to ensure, Madam President, that we tighten the legislation so we can ensure transparency, we can ensure accountability, and we can ensure parliamentary oversight, Madam President. Madam President, with these few words, I wish to thank you for giving me the opportunity to make my limited intervention today, as agreed upon by parties. Thank you so very much, Madam President.
Senator Dana Ryan.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate. Now, if reality didn't strike us when we had 60 confirmed cases of the COVID-19, it certainly did yesterday when we had our first confirmed death related to the COVID-19. I first of all would want to offer my deepest condolences to the family of this victim. Now, today, Madam President, we are being faced with a health and an economic crisis, not only at a national level, but also at a global level. This crisis has basically resulted in a double shock, a shock to both supply and a shock to demand. Recessions of this nature tend to be even more severe than a regular recession because it affects both supply chains and demand in the economy. There are opinions circulating around there that this could get as deep as or even worse than the Great Recession of 1929. But the accuracy to which these presumptions are being made cannot be certain. If it's one thing that is certain right now, Madam President, is uncertainty. To prevent this, a lot of countries in the global landscape has been adopting to a policy response where they're trying to resort to balancing safety with the economy. Safety in the sense that we are trying to have massive containment, trying to implement massive containment efforts to restrict the spread of the disease, and also we're trying to balance economy in the sense that we are resorting to hefty fiscal stimulus packages and having central banks, together with moral suasion by commercial banks, resolving to relaxing their monetary policy conditions. But, Madam President, there is no way to completely overcome such a double shock in a short run. Fiscal or monetary stimulus can't cure sick workers. It can't erase the potential overcrowding of medical facilities, and it can't restore disruptions to international trade. The best that policy can do right now is to limit the damage that could possibly be caused. When we bring Trinidad and Tobago in the picture, we bring it down to the national level. We too have been responding similarly. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has been on point in its messaging to the general public, both in terms of the public health response and the fiscal stimulus response. The central bank also has relaxed its repo rate and its reserve requirement ratio, allowing commercial banks to also exercise relaxed conditions. Private individuals have commendably come on board, and individuals too have also been adhering to, well, many individuals have been adhering to social distancing protocols. But in addition to this public health crisis, Madam President, and the resulting negative economic consequences that it definitely will have on the economy, we, Trinidad and Tobago, have another challenge, and our challenge is that we were subjected to being victims of the Saudi Arabia's decision to increase the supply of oil, which resulted in a 60% decline in crude oil prices. And just when we thought 2/3 of our revenue are dependent on natural gas prices, so we have that safeguard there. We ended up having a 40% decline in natural gas prices. This was as a result of the decline in demand from China. China is actually one of the major consumers of hydrocarbons. So even before this crisis, we were struggling to get our feet, since Trinidad and Tobago still haven't exactly recovered from the decline in oil prices in 2015. Our macroeconomic indicators have severely been under the weather. We were barely getting by as an economy. Despite many warnings by many experts to stop ramping up recurrent expenditure, Madam President, to some extent it fell on deaf ears. There were years when we didn't even have to, but we ended up running fiscal deficits. And then when the size of government got so large and the price of oil declined, and combined with a decline in the production of natural gas and crude oil, we ended up in a position with a large government with expenditure that had to be sustained. So despite being blessed, Madam President, for decades and decades with natural resource wealth, having gone through several booms in this country, we are now in a position where our back is up against a wall. We have to make drastic decisions. And it is with an incredibly heavy heart, Madam President, I have to say that the decision is not an easy one. And the choices that lay before us today is one, to either borrow all the money that we need to finance this fiscal stimulus, or two, dip into the Heritage Stabilisation Fund again. But this time, dismantling some elements of the safeguards that are already built in there. Not providing fiscal stimulus in such economic circumstances is not an option. The risk is far too great. But, Madam President, like Senator Mark, I want to remind the Honorable Minister of Finance that the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund was created to stabilize and to smooth out expenditure. But however, it was also created with a heritage component of it to ensure future generational equity. We are here today to create what is called an escape clause. Escape clauses are usually common in fiscal rule frameworks that many countries adopt. In Trinidad and Tobago, our fiscal rule framework, the only element of fiscal rule framework that we have, is the existence of this Heritage and Stabilisation Fund, and also this existence of the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund. So, Madam President, now I could understand the need to dip into the fund in the case of natural disasters. I could understand in the case of an infectious disease outbreak. But breaking down the walls of the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Trinidad and Tobago, I have some concerns with. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying that I have some concerns with. Because, Madam President, the magnitude of uncertainty that exists with this existing epidemic, I want to strongly discourage the government from using the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund as its first line of response. It should be the last resort, Madam President. Our reserves at this point, or asset reserves in this case when we consider the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund, is our most prized possession, especially at this point in time. Though the situation may be dire right now, it may very well become worse. As I said in the beginning, the only thing that is certain right now is uncertainty. Madam President, we have to be prepared for what is to come, and also for a situation where this pandemic may very well have long drawn-out effects. All of these uncertainties would further threaten our current account stability, sustainability, as exports become more compromised, and so too our ability to defend the foreign exchange rate, our managed foreign exchange rate. Now, I do understand the urgency, Madam President. We need quick money. We don't want to deal with the conditionalities. Our survival depends on spending this money. It is a public health crisis, an energy crisis premised on an economy that was already suffering. But there are other options available to us. As the Honorable Minister of Finance, he did allude to the alternatives that we have. Several development banks, the IDB, the Latin American Development Bank, multilateral lending agencies, they have rapid response support ready and available to developing countries. And I would strongly urge the government to exhaust these options initially, and then maybe at the end of the fiscal year, consider dipping into this Heritage and Stabilisation Fund. Madam President, I say this because, for the reasons I already outlined, but with this extra time, it gives us some time to develop or generate some additional investment earnings from the fund. Now, the fund is a very well diversified fund. 35% is invested in equities and the rest in fixed income. And the Honorable Minister did allude to the gains that the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund gained over the last couple of days when the US announced its fiscal stimulus package. So, of course, looking at resorting to only borrowing at this point in time would affect the debt to GDP ratio, significantly maybe. Our ability to manage debt sustainably becomes even more critical. At this point in time, we need to strongly consider implementing an well-communicated and published debt management strategy. But we also run the risk of depleting these buffers at a faster pace if we resort to the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund as one choice of the first line of response. Again, I say this because of the extent of uncertainty we are operating with. When countries begin to lift their borders and release their restrictions that currently exist, there could very well be a second wave of this disease. The Spanish influenza flu, for example, the second and third waves were actually even more detrimental than the first. So it is only in this case, Madam President, because of the level of uncertainty that we are dealing with, I would recommend that because it is survival and the existence of humanity that is in threat, I would recommend that we resort to borrowing from multilateral lending agency as first response. Furthermore, I urge the government, just like Senator Mark alluded to, I urge the government to outline a plan to replenish the drawdown when energy prices recover Over what period of time should we expect? And I know there's a lot of uncertainty, but I ask the question, over what is the plan for replenishing the fund, and over what time period are we looking at to get the fund back up at around $6.25 billion? Now, Madam President, I too have some concerns with the wording of Clause 2C. Maybe I could probably raise it during committee stage, but I would mention it right now. I don't understand, I believe that the definition of precipitous decline needs to have some sort of numerical definition to it. Because right now it's too open and it is subjected to discretion from one individual to another. Honorable Minister of Finance, you may think that 60% decline in budgeted revenues is a precipitous decline, but another Minister of Finance, who knows, we are making law here for many years to come, may very well interpret a precipitous decline as 20% or 30%. So I honestly believe that we should consider putting in some sort of numerical definition to this clause, to this definition of precipitous decline. Also, now I know the minister did mention it when he was piloting the bill, his explanation for the requirement for 60 days to report to the House of Representatives after the withdrawal is being made. Now, I don't understand why it needs to take 60 days. If the Honorable Minister could clear this up when he's wrapping up, 60 days sounds like a lot of time. What is exactly the process that he needs to undergo before to generate this report before he lays it in the House of Representatives? Also, I mean, because of the heritage aspect of this Heritage and Stabilization Fund, I would also strongly recommend including a limit on the number of times that we can dip into the fund outside of the end of the fiscal year. And I say this because we shouldn't expect to have a natural disaster or an infectious disease more than once for the year. And if we dip into it once for the year, we also have the option to, at the end of the fiscal year, to make our assessment and conduct revisions and look at dipping into the funds again. Remember, again, this is not just a savings account. It is also a heritage fund meant for the future generations of Trinidad and Tobago. We haven't passed a generation yet since its establishment in 2007, but here we are on unprecedented circumstances. Now, in wrapping up, Madam President, because I am adhering strictly to the time limit that was given, the government should really be commended for its swift response to this crisis. I mentioned it earlier, both in the public health side and also on the financial side. It has served well in reducing the level of panic, which could have been detrimental in dealing with this crisis. What is critical at this point is ensuring that the social safety benefits are well targeted among the social safety net. Remember, as always, in management of economic systems, we are managing unlimited needs with limited resources. The poverty rate in Trinidad and Tobago, according to the 2005 Standard of Living Conditions, that is the last poverty rate that we have, poverty was 16.5%. Since then, the transformations or the significant decline in economy, together with this crisis, would almost certainly mean that more persons will be pushed into poverty. I would also ask the Honorable Minister of Finance to strongly consider, urgently, sitting with the respective accounting officers of the various ministries and conduct an exercise where they can reallocate money from areas that money is hemorrhaging and reallocate monies from projects that may not be performing well at this point in time. So with those few words, Madam President, I would like to thank you.
Senator Obika.
Thank you, Madam President. As I rise, I would adhere to a 15-minute contribution to leave space for one more colleague on our side who would wish to add their voices. So I would treat this as we would treat the timing for a matter on the adjournment. In a sense, we are faced with a Heritage and Stabilization Fund, and it's our national savings, so it's no small matter. We are faced with a global pandemic. We are facing new normals in the business sector, in the way we live, in the way we get food to eat, and this bill provides for support for the budget of Trinidad and Tobago, Therefore, central to this entire debate must be a discussion on how would Trinidad and Tobago citizens eat food over the next 60 or 90 days. So I want to submit, excuse me, that food security must be debated here. And it was sad in the least, Madam President, to see a report in today's Guardian where the Minister of Agriculture, no less of a person, stating that food security is not going to be on the government's agenda, and then go on to state that we have to import commodities of wheat, hatchings for eggs, sugar, rice, flour, peas, etc. So I think that was very disappointing. I believe that the government bringing a stimulus package, not a stimulus package, a package to stabilize revenue, must place squarely in that how would the citizens of the country eat. It's very important. And I want to submit that a cooperative solution is available. Cooperatives provide avenues for persons who are interested in volunteerism, interested in communal support. Cooperatives provide such a solution. And as I stated last week, in Point 14, there's one such cooperative. And in every single county of this country, there are similar examples.
Senator Beaker, Senator Mark attempted to move into the issue of food security, and I did caution him that while some of those issues are relevant to what is happening overall in Trinidad and Tobago, it's not really relevant to the matter at hand. So I'd ask you to please confine your observations to the bill, please.
This bill seeks to amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act. This bill also seeks to amend the Government Savings Bonds Act. This bill also would amend the Value Added Tax Act. It would have been opportune at this time, Madam President, if the clauses relating to the Value Added Tax Act would have made allowances for removal of VAT on those basic food items that the citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago must purchase to provide for their families, central of which would be items that currently would have been affected by global value chains being disrupted as a result of the pandemic. Now, I sat here, Madam President, and I couldn't believe that the Minister of Finance did not know that the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act included a heritage component. I was astounded, Madam President. So I want to inform the Minister that the former head of the Economic Development and Advisory Board under this government, in June 24, 2016, indicated that there is a notional heritage component, which is, as the Act would state, from the very section that the Minister quoted, that the fund will not fall below $1 billion in currency of United States dollars. So therefore, there is an aspect of this fund that seeks to provide for intergenerational equity. What the government could have taken the opportunity to do, Madam President, at this time was to increase that flow. 3 billion, 3.5 billion, for example. However, no such increase is contemplated at this time. I believe the government would be well advised to look to increase it at this time. There was another statement that the minister made that seemed to didn't sit too well with me, that the Minister of Finance disaggregated the fund. And Madam President, can I ask how much time I've used?
Well, your 15 minutes, it will be at 5:04.
Sorry?
Your 15 minutes will take you to 5:04.
5:04, okay, thanks. Okay, so I still have at least 9 minutes. So the Minister of Finance disaggregated the HSF and stated that roughly $1.5 billion is in T-bills and the remainder are in some forms of equity, which is a little different from what Senator Deonarine said. So I would stick to what the Minister said because of the $1.5 billion specific focus that he had on the T-bill component of it. And the Minister seemed to allude, unless I heard him wrongly, that the $1.1 billion that is being targeted for withdrawal and the potential 1.5 because of the changes in the legislation today would be from these T-bills. However, whilst I agree, Madam President, with the Minister's reason for that, because the equity, if you take an equity, if you remove equity from the fund, at a time when it's low, you may lose gains that may accrue at the end of the pandemic. So I agree with the technical aspect of that. However, I would want to advise if the government could include in policy that provided that some of these equity instruments reach the levels that they were before the pandemic, that they can swap those and exchange those, sell those, and replace them in effect with the T-bills, which really, in economic terms, forms risk-free. Of course, no investment is risk-free, but risk-free investments in comparison to the equities. So that's a technical point I wanted to make. Now, the other issues have to do with how do we restructure the Trinidad and Tobago economy at the end of the pandemic? How do we get out of the pandemic? The issue has to do with what exactly would be our plans in line with the world's plan. So labor will be significantly affected. The government should seek to take the advice of the leader of the opposition and reformulate the National Tripartite Committee, the needs of the unemployed and the homeless and self-employed, convene the Energy Committee of Parliament, and of course, Madam President, notwithstanding the plans of this government to reformulate a national medium-term strategic economic agenda for this country. It is very important at this time that the government thinks in that direction, because failure to do so would mean that the country does not have a format, a blueprint in which to follow as we emerge from this crisis. Now, and why is that important? Because what we are seeing globally is, as a result of the pandemic, as a result of these shocks to the global supply chains, many of our trading partners are changing already the way in which they form capital, they engage in trade, and their supply chains. That is happening as we speak, Madam President, in Europe. So one can imagine if it's happening in Europe, it will continue to happen across many of our trading blocs that we have agreements with. So we should look to that, have a team in the state apparatus that is solely focused on Trinidad and Tobago and the world vis-a-vis our trading partners and how we would manage our business model as an economy going forward. Because the supply chains also affect how China does business, Africa, India, the United States, and our trading partners in the Caribbean. Now, as I say, I try to curtail my presentation so that I can focus squarely on what we have. I see the minister has increased the rate on the saving bonds, the bonds from 1.5 to 3%, and that is before, that is without any tax component, so therefore the entities the banks would be happy with that rate. A 4% rate guaranteed by the government should be decent enough. I don't have any issue with that rate. I don't think much persons would have any issue with it. Given the circumstances as well, you can't really ask for better than that. Now, Madam President, the Minister of Finance also outlined sources of funding to the tune of $340 million. And excuse me if my voice sounds a little muffled. The air conditioning here is very cold. All right? $340 million. And the only institution that placed a specific focus on where the spending should be is the IDB regarding the COVID specific loan of $20 million. So I think it would have been helpful for the people, if not in the minister's piloting of the bill, but in some form of supplementary documentation to give an idea as to how the rest of the money would be allocated. Otherwise, we would only assume that it is simply for budgetary support. I wanted to suggest regarding the bill, so when we look at clause 2 of the bill, when we look at the changes to be made to the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act, two things we can look at. One is because Senator Dionine requested some mathematical formulae to guide the hand of a Minister of Finance, whether it be the current minister or future minister. And I'm saying that a maximum could be a formula as a percentage of the shortfall expected. So for instance, if the shortfall in the budget is expected, so this one is in real time as opposed to what the bill envisages, which is after the fact. If a shortfall is anticipated, all right, the Minister of Finance may be able to go up to the extent of that shortfall or a significant percentage thereof. So, for instance, at this point, the Minister is indicating that the hole that he may be in may be $8 to $9 or $10 billion, and as a result, has secured funding to such an extent, and not more than is required. One can easily say that it may be a good quick fix to include in the amendments to the law not exceeding 90% of the expected shortfall in budgeted revenues for the year. All right? So to meet expenditure as the case may be. So I think that is one thing. And then to put a minimum on the fund in terms of the minimum which the fund can go below, because at the present time it's $1 billion US. Now, Madam President, that said, we on this side are in full support of utilizing whatever mechanisms are available. And as I close, I want to say that whilst it may be argued that we can get funds from international sources, I'll close on this last statement, on international sources, whilst we may, sorry.
Time is up.
Right.
Senator Thompson-Aye.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak on this very important bill, very timely, an act to amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund, the Government Saving Bonds Act, and the Value Added Tax Act. I think we all agree that what has brought us here is really the unprecedented, unexpected COVID-19 pandemic. It has shaken us to the core of our very being. It has created in us uncertainty, a recognition of our vulnerability, an understanding that we are not in charge. It has created fear, but it has also provided an opportunity for us to show love. It has been a call to prayer, to demonstrate understanding and generosity and shared fellowship for unity amongst ourselves. Every day, I receive notification, announcements about what is happening with this virus. 25th of March, the announcement, the Feast of the Annunciation, 372,757 confirmed cases, 16,231 deaths. It is horrifying what is happening in Italy. Just last year, I was there, and the year before, and it was such a happy time. I remember Father Marcan said, you must go to Basilica of St. Anthony, and I went there and I prayed for my country. And notwithstanding, I'm still losing things in spite of praying to St. Anthony. I rode in a gondola, and it was such a warm welcome. And when I see what's happening there, it fills me with pain. Trinidad and Tobago, 61 cases, 1 death. And one of the associations to which I belong described this virus as a marathon, not a sprint, and said, be there for the long haul. So we are in a period of uncertainty. And in this period of uncertainty, we have come here and we're asking for monies to be taken out of the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund, among other things. Now, in piloting this bill, the minister spoke about the purposes, and in fact, indeed, he spoke about one purpose. And there are, in fact, 3 purposes in the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund, 3, 2, A, B, C, and I always like to focus on the C's as a school teacher, those students who are failing. So let's look at C, which is the one that I want to focus on. It is to provide a heritage for future generations of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago from savings and investment income derived from the excess petroleum revenues. Madam President, we have practically destroyed the planet for the future generations. We have, in fact, destroyed their morals, and yet we complain about them. And now we are seeking to interfere with their heritage. For any drawdown or extraction from this fund is going to impact on providing a heritage for future generations of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago from savings and investment income derived from the excess petroleum revenues. It will limit what we therefore can do for our children, very vulnerable people in the society. Madam President, as a result of the position in which we find ourselves, the government has unrolled what has been described in the Daily Express of Tuesday, 24th March 2020, as a $2 billion pandemic relief package. So we have $1,500 salary relief grant amounting to $400 million. We are giving relief to domestic servants, persons in the beverage sector, entertainment, and so on, relief for mortgages and renters, payments deferred from TTMF, home mortgage bank, reduction in lending rates of banks, deferral of payments. And then the Minister of Social Development has come like Santa Claus and unwrapped a gift of goodies, a welcome package. The government is looking good. But I want to urge that in what we are doing, that we look at how we are doing it, and that we consider equity rather than equality in how we dispense our grants. Equality implies or requires that we treat everyone the same. Equity means that we are going to give according to the needs. So you may enter a household. You may see 2 children there and a parent. You may enter another household and see 2 children and a parent. But we have to look and see what is the specific situation of these 2 children and that parent. We have to have a subjective approach, and in fact, there may be a need in practicing equity to have positive discrimination, because we know that there may be 2 persons working in a household, and one may be working and may lose income, but the work is to supplement a good income in the other spouse, because the person may not want to be bored at home. So we need to examine very carefully what we're doing, what is happening in the particular situation, and then make that call. Now, in Trinidad and Tobago, we must recognize that there are 2 Trinidad and Tobago. It's not just one. We have a Trinidad and Tobago, and let us concretize it. We have 2 9-year-old children in the West, in Port of Spain, but in 2 entirely different schools. And they both enter the classroom in the morning with pride in their faces. They're both going to talk to their teachers. One is telling his teacher, and these are actual examples, these are facts, this is not fiction. So one tells his teacher, "Miss, my granddaddy bought a house for me this morning." This is a 9-year-old child, has never worked a day in his life, and wouldn't need to. And the other 9-year-old child is telling his teacher, "Miss," and I've said this here before, "you read the newspaper, miss? You see that daring robbery, miss? That's my brother, you know, miss." 2 different Trinidad and Tobago, different realities. So we must be concerned with the children who need physical, economic assistance, moral development, and must have the money to give to those people who can help to make those children have better lives, the one that is most in need. A clarion call or rallying cry that we've heard very frequently is, "We are in this together." Who are the we? I ask. We are in this together, but to whom do we refer? Is everyone pulling his weight? When one looks at the headline, a story written by Asha Javid, raking it in from government rent, and we look at 38 pages of rentals paid by government, and in the article I spoke about, we read of $36,865,320.88 a month rent. And this is $442,383,320 a year on the rental of buildings for offices and storage space, spread over 350 properties. I haven't done the math. I assume that she did her math. It was my favorite subject at school. But I assume that the math is correct, and if you divide it by, multiply by 12, you will get that figure.
Senator, thank you. I'm just going to ask you, as much as I'm listening and trying to get the connection with what is before us. What is before us is asking to do something very specific. So I'm going to ask you to tighten up a bit on your contribution and tie it back to what is before us.
We are in this together means that we are to call on all to make a sacrifice, because the more that government gets from other sectors of the society, is the less we would have to draw down from the fund. So what I'm saying, Mr. Vice President, is that what the government can do is look at the Heritage and Stabilization Fund as a last resort and look to other sectors of society as an addendum to the fund so that we would have more money for the heritage for future generations if we have other people, other persons who benefit from the government. So don't only call on other banks and so on, but also call on those who get money from the government to assist at this time by foregoing maybe a rental for a month or two. Maybe we can look and see that we have to spend so much money on transporting prisoners. Have we looked at amending the contract, because I don't think prisoners are moving up and down, and that's a substantial amount of money that is being spent. So if we look at all of those things, if we call on citizens who get money from the government, because there is a fiction that money from the government comes from, I don't know if it's Deus Ex Machina or somewhere, but it is our money. So that if the government can get money from those people, or allow them, in fact, encourage them to forego some of the money that the headlines say is being raked in, then there will be more money coming into the government coffers, and there will be less need to extract from the stabilization fund. So there are many avenues. When we look at money that is awarded maybe as damages to lawyers and people who run, who get money from the state, perhaps we can afford as lawyers to be more reasonable. If it is a situation that we have already done and prepared a case, and because of a particular situation, we now have to redo that case, and the work has already been done, that perhaps can be taken into consideration, and more reasonable fee charged with the government in terms of the cost. There are many avenues where we can forego and act reasonably. When you have a catering contract from the government, once it is government, the price is upped. Right away, it is increased because it is government. There are many things in the many professionals who, in fact, get quite a bit of money from the government that they would not charge from ordinary citizens. So I am saying, all in all, if we look and answer this rallying cry, we are in this together, then we will act in a particular way and understand that we do not have to bleed the government. I am in fact saying, cast your net wider than the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. Put out a seine into the sea of plenty where the big fish swim, and maybe, just maybe, we will be able to benefit from that. I think that now in this situation where people realize that they are vulnerable, that they don't know if they'll be here next week or next month, that in this situation where people are scared, maybe they will become more honest in their dealings because they don't know when they're going to meet their creator. Maybe there will be a little more fairness in the society. So we are in times when we don't know what is going to happen, where we are called upon to play our part, where we have an opportunity to assist the government. We are in this together. Must not just be words. It must be action. That we can, in fact, in our own way, assist. Now is the time, perhaps, where people would be willing, and a number of them already are, to contribute to paying property tax. Really and truly, there are many people in Trinidad and Tobago who do not object, because they've been paid in the past. And maybe what we need to do is take the bull by the horns and have people understand or give them an opportunity to do what is right. We do not know what and when this thing will reach home to us. This is an opportunity for us to do right. This is an opportunity to help our government, because it is our government. No matter where we sit, this is our government. And we are in a situation, yes, we support your drawing down. We support the delving into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. But what I'm saying is that this must not be the only way. This must be a last resort. And let us use other means that are available to us. I think we are becoming a little more human. We have the potential to do what is right. And I'm calling on our fellow citizens, I'm calling on the government to, as a child, I used to pull seine in my ROC, and we know about casting the seine out there and pulling in the fish. So let's put all the fish in. Let's bring all of us together and do what we can. In these times, it may be our last opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for allowing me to join this debate. I intend to keep my contribution very pointed. I have just one key message to deliver, and I'll do so in the shortest possible time. From the contributions that have gone before, there is a clear sentiment that is prevailing, which is that we all of us understand the need to stabilize. We understand that we are in a crisis, not just Trinidad and Tobago, but globally. We understand the fluidity of the situation, that as a government, you are now charged with making a decision today that you may have to change tomorrow as new information comes at hand. And as we face what is undoubtedly the most challenging situation our country has faced in recent times, I just want to say that I am confident in the resilience of our people and the courage of our citizens and our nation that we will overcome this crisis. But as we look at the legislation today, coming from the perspective that we understand the need to stabilize, my message to the government is please protect our heritage. Because even in times of crisis, even while ensuring our social safety net, our duty and responsibility extends beyond this generation and certainly to the next as well. And I know that it cannot be business as usual, and we must take our steps to protect our citizens, our healthcare system, our social safety net, and our economy and our future. And we do so today in the spirit of cooperation, but I also implore that the government treat questions, concerns, not from just us here in the Senate today, but from the public at large, that is coming from a space where we are all uncertain. We are all thinking about not just our future in terms of our long term, but what tomorrow would look like for us. As we look at the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, and we look at spending our savings, and I think Minister Imbert said it as he opened the debate today, that in times of crisis you do look to your savings, and we understand that. But as we do that, the details are important. Where we spend the money is important. How we spend the money is important. And the government must tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago what plans they will put in place to generate revenue, create jobs, and to ensure our survival for this crisis and our long-term stability. Because it is not sufficient to survive today and deepen an economic crisis that another generation may have to deal with. And As I said before, my message is short, but it is pointed, and I hope it is well received from the spirit in which it has been delivered. I have every confidence in the people of Trinidad and Tobago in overcoming a crisis that is not of our own creation. And as many are anxious, and we look on at the spread of the virus, I think the numbers changed while we were sitting here today, and you worry about your jobs and your families, and you worry about your futures. Let us be very careful about what we do in preserving our heritage, and that is my message here today. Thank you.
Senator Timal.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I rise to contribute to this debate on the bill before this Honorable House here today. Mr. Vice President, almost all the speakers before me have pointed to the heritage aspect of this Heritage and Stabilisation Fund and referred to Section 3.2 of the Parent Act, which provides a heritage for future generations of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Vice President, while we seek to ensure the survival of the present generation, at the same time, we should seek in a balanced way ensuring the future generation with regards to the heritage aspect of this particular fund. And it is in this particular context that I would just like to make a contribution of a certain thought to the entire process. Because when you look at the amendments that have been drafted in Section 2 of the bill that is before us, and the inclusion of disaster and dangerous infection disease within the ambit of the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund, Mr. Vice President, we are taking it into the realms of a Heritage and Stabilisation Disaster and Infectious Disease Fund. And it is natural, I think, from the concerns that have been addressed, that have been expressed, is that within it all, the heritage aspect of this fund does not suffer unnecessarily. And whether we need, as a parliament, to come back and revisit legislation, bring back legislation that would strengthen that aspect of the fund, because we appreciate that, of course, the government would not have had time to really look at all the aspects, all the concerns before, in terms of separation of heritage and stabilization, and bring those amendments at this point in time because of the crisis that we are in at this present time. But at some time, whenever, as soon as possible, that this piece of legislation be revisited with specific emphasis on securing the heritage aspect of this fund, which is why I felt, when I was reviewing it, that maybe the legislation could have been crafted in a way to be Corona-19 specific, rather than leaving it, taking it into the future to include disaster and another occurrence, God forbid, of an infectious disease, but it should have been just Corona-19 specific. And that way, it would give us the necessary legislative powers to access the fund specifically for this virus and allow us a little more time to look overall at the future legislative framework for this particular piece of legislation. Now, we may say that it means that we have to come back to the Parliament every time there is a disaster or another outbreak and all those things. But maybe in safeguarding the heritage aspect of the fund, maybe if we have to do that, it is a necessity and not necessarily a humbug to go through such a process more than once. In such a context, Mr. Vice President, it would probably have also allowed us, rather than using this particular fund in the future, because I see the need for it at this particular point in time, but in the future, with regards to the heritage aspect, maybe consideration be given to a disaster relief or disaster preparedness fund, setting up such a fund outside of this fund in the future, in which maybe every year when we look at our fiscal measures and our budgetary allocations, there is some compulsory part of the overall budgetary allocations, maybe 5%, whatever it may be, that could be put into a special disaster relief fund that could be accessed even more readily under circumstances such as the crisis that we are in. And if done on a yearly basis, it would allow the opportunity to build that fund without really affecting in the long term the heritage aspect. Mr. Vice President, why I say that is because we have a limit of $1 billion in the fund that we cannot go under. But when we look at the trends, the energy industry throughout the world, and the fact that our economy is linked with energy to a large extent, and the trends that the current trends that have developed and continues to develop, and the prevalence of such disease viruses coming from SARS now to COVID-19, and possibly in the near future, maybe other diseases. And if we have to tap into this fund successively in coming years to handle such matters, it would not be, I don't think I'm being a prophet of doom in saying that we could easily reach that $1 billion limit, much quicker than we anticipate in the near future. And as such, we really would need to look at, I say, either come back, revisit this piece of legislation to ensure that replenishment of the funds that we take out is addressed from a legislative point of view, because the amendments before us here today does not address any aspect of replenishment, because the deposits into this fund is solely limited to the surplus from our petroleum and gas revenues. And if it's solely limited to that, because the last deposit, from what I understand, into this fund was in 2013. And with the current trends, we do not know when, again, a deposit would be made into this fund. So we are drawing down. The potential for deposits coming into the fund seems rather remote and distant at this point in time. And we have to find some framework, some mechanism by which we can look at replenishing this particular fund outside of what the current legislation allows us to. Mr. Vice President, I would just like to make those particular points, but at the same time, it would be remiss of me not to recognize the efforts of the Minister of Finance and the government of Trinidad and Tobago in all that is happening and all the work that they are doing. And in particular, I was very, very happy here today to hear our Minister of Finance revisit the interest rate for one of the options of the saving bond for the business community, for the tax refunds, because that is a point that I had raised in the media, in my media budget contribution, and I'm happy to know that consultation was taken with the banks, and I'm sure that the business community will be very relieved and happy to know that through the issue of those bonds, that they would not be in a losing situation. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Very much, Mr. Vice President. I want to thank all members who contributed today. In particular, I want to thank Senator Haynes. Wasn't sure that she was on that side, but that was an excellent contribution. I really want to thank you for that. No politics in it whatsoever, and straight to the point. Senator Timol, you hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head. We didn't want to get bogged down in arguments here today. We don't know when the next sitting of Parliament will be. For example, I don't know if you're aware, but the Prime Minister had a press conference this afternoon while we were here. And I just want to read one of the things that has occurred while all of us have been here. As of midnight on Sunday, the 29th of March, and by the way, that's 12 p.m. on Sunday night, for those who seem not inside of here. I was just quite amused recently when some journalists did not know what midnight on Sunday night meant. So it means 12 p.m. on Sunday night. I'm speaking to them. I'm not really speaking to any member here. I know you all know what it means. As of midnight on Sunday, 29th March, all non-essential activities will be prohibited until April 15th. So what that means is that for a period of 14 days, only essential activities will be permitted in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, that's a huge development. And that will come with a cost, which we are not even able to quantify at this point in time. It is there for a reason that when you get to the second wave of this disease, you have to stop community spread. And the quarantine period is 14 days. So the whole purpose of this is to keep people inside so that that 14-day period will elapse, and then you control the disease. Countries have done it in different ways. This is what we have done today, what the Prime Minister has decided today, that only essential activities can take place over the next 14 days. Everybody else has to stay home. In terms of what those essential activities are, that list will be published tomorrow night, I'm told. And it will have a profound effect on all of us. Tuesday is the end of the quarter for tax collections. Monday is a holiday. We have absolutely no idea what sort of tax revenue we're going to get on Tuesday. We don't know. We have no idea what sort of tax revenue we'll get in the month of April. We don't know. The effect of this virus on the economy of Trinidad and Tobago, we can only guess. And therefore, I'd like to deal with some of the points made by honorable senators opposite. Senator Diona Ryan's presentation was quite theoretical. One of the things she said that struck me, that it was not a practical recommendation that we should wait until the end of the financial year to dip into the fund. I'm sorry, we can't do that. We are going to need significant amounts of cash immediately because of the revenue situation. But we have another matter today, and what senators will see is that we're looking at all possible solutions to our revenue problem. Again, another suggestion that was a bit theoretical was that we should approach the multilateral financial institutions first. I believe Senator Mark may have said that. That too is not practical. I got a letter from one international institution about 4 days ago. I won't call its name. I don't want to embarrass anybody. But in that letter, this multilateral institution was offering financial assistance to Trinidad and Tobago as a result of COVID-19, recognizing that we, like the rest of the world, will be impacted, and making an offer of financial assistance to us alone. And at the first paragraph was, we are offering Trinidad and Tobago a fast disbursing loan, X million dollars. And I read the second paragraph. This loan will take 4 months to approve. That, in the minds of some of the multilateral institutions, is fast. And that is only the approval. That is not the disbursement. Disbursement might take 6 months. So if we wait on that particular institution, we will all be dead. So I just thought you'll need to understand these things. The IMF does have a huge fund, but the IMF is, by its charter, required to deal with the poorest countries first, and they've set a ceiling, actually, per capita income ceiling. I think it's 7,000, sorry, not 7,000 US, less than 7,000 US. Our per capita income is currently 15,000. There are several countries in the Caribbean who won't qualify for IMF assistance at this point in time. The countries that they will be targeting are like South Sudan, Guinea-Bissau, those countries, really Bangladesh, really poor countries. And that makes sense, that the International Monetary Fund must deal with the poorest countries first, because they have no means of helping themselves. A lot of these countries have no sovereign fund. They have no heritage fund to dip into. So when I looked at the letter from the IMF, I realized there's nothing there for us. First, we don't qualify. We're completely out of it in terms of our income level, GDP per capita. And secondly, the IMF is not giving up the opportunity in this crisis to force countries to restructure the economy. One would think that they would. You would think with a global pandemic, the IMF would not say, devalue your dollar, send home public servants, cut subsidies. You would think that they would not do that. There in the letter. Not in so many words, but they're saying before you can access these funds, you must present a plan to restructure your economy. Those are code words. We know exactly what that means. The IMF solution for restructuring an economy is cut expenditure. And we have examples of that in the Caribbean. Jamaica and Barbados were forced to cut expenditure to the point that thousands of public servants had to go home. So funding from the IMF for Trinidad and Tobago, at least, is impossible in this situation. Funding from that in other institution, which I will not name, is possible. We will get it in October. The one institution that may give us money within a month or two is the Andean Development Bank. That's what I'm seeing. Even reallocating funding with the Inter-American Development Bank may take several months, because they say they will agree. We can reallocate unutilized loan funds for other programs to the health sector. But to get them to agree, that might take 2 or 3 months. So that it sounds good to say go to the multilateral institutions first. But as I said, by the time we get the money from them, we may all be dead. So that we really only have 2 sources of funds that are quick: borrowing and the Heritage Fund. It is not the intention of the government to dip into this fund and just take out $1.5 billion tomorrow. We don't need it. Well, what this country needs to maintain its minimum expenditure is about 4 billion TT dollars a month. So it's about 600 million US dollars a month is what this country needs to maintain its minimum expenditure. Our revenue has not gone to naught. It hasn't hit zero, but we have no idea. We expect to lose about 1 billion TT dollars a month in revenue going forward for the next 6 or 7 months. So we are going to use a range of instruments to provide funding to deal with this crisis. The next matter on the agenda, I will explain that when I deal with that. One of the problems with borrowing as well, and it's happening in the United States, we currently as Ministry of Finance were out in the international capital market seeking to refinance a $250 million bond taken out years ago by another government that is maturing in July of this year. The offers came in last week. It had been out in the international financial arena for about a month, and the offers closed last week. And we looked at all the top banks in the world were there. Morgan Stanley, Citibank, JP Morgan, Credit Suisse, Bank of America, everybody is coming in. And the interest rate that they were proposing last week, was almost twice the usual interest rate that the government of Trinidad and Tobago would get. It was over 7%. We normally get money in the international market at 4%, a little over 4%. In fact, when I went on a road show in 2016, for a 10-year billion-dollar bond, we were able to get it at 4.5%. Now, same people, 7 plus. But a caveat is that this could change by Monday. It might hit 10%. And by Tuesday, it's not available. And the reason is that the banks in the United States are focusing on their corporate customers, because all of the companies that they have lent money to are in crisis. So, in fact, the word we got back from the international banks is that we are not lending to sovereigns, to countries at this point in time. We're dealing with our business customers, because if we don't bail out our business customers, the entire system, financial system in the United States will crash. So countries have to fend for themselves in this situation. So our best bet is to borrow locally, both in TT dollars and in US dollars. There's quite a substantial amount of US dollars available here in the local banking sector, some $3.5 billion. A lot of it is tied up, so you just can't go in and dip into it, but there would be some available. There is quite a lot of TT dollars available in the local banking sector to lend to the government, but it's not inexhaustible, and it's not easy, because from the time you start to borrow, your debt to GDP ratio goes up. Now, in this time of turmoil, some people are saying debt to GDP ratios are irrelevant. They're not. We got a call from Standard & Poor's last week to say that because of the precipitous decline in petroleum prices, they are doing a review of the creditworthiness of every petroleum-dependent economy in the world, starting with Trinidad and Tobago. And the reason why they were starting with us is that Standard & Poor's was due to come to Trinidad and Tobago in March to do its annual credit rating on Trinidad and Tobago. I am very proud to announce we got our rating today. I want to congratulate the public servants in the Ministry of Finance and all of the consultants that worked on this over the last 7 days, day and night, and we have preserved our investment grade rating. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. They've dropped us a notch, but they have us still in the investment grade, and they've changed our outlook to stable. I want to congratulate the public servants in the Ministry of Finance. But if we go crazy, recklessly, just borrowing willy-nilly, and we told them that we were coming to Parliament to deal with the Heritage Fund. And that is one of the reasons why we still have an investment grade rating today, because they agree with this solution. They agree with using the Heritage Fund to stabilize our economy. And I'm calling it a Heritage Fund deliberately, because Senator Timal is right. We just didn't have the time. We've had our discussions about whether the heritage component should be $3 billion, $4 billion. What should it be? What should you do with the balance? Let's say you say heritage $4 billion, you have $2 billion remaining in the fund. What should you do with it? How can you draw down into it? There's been a lot of discussion, and we really had not arrived at a firm position on what the heritage component should be. So he's absolutely right, and I do give the undertaking that we will come back and we will deal with these issues in this Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act. I myself felt the floor should be $4 billion. That was my view. But we did not want to come here because I would not have been able to give you a definite position on what the heritage component should be increased to. With respect to how we've defined things, it's very purposeful. You, Senator Derine, speaking to you through the President now, we could have defined a disaster. We've had 3 events, a disaster, disease, precipitous decline. Think about each one of those very carefully. None of them are defined exactly. We didn't see an earthquake at 9.0 on the Richter scale. Just say a disaster. We didn't say a dangerous infectious disease that is a global pandemic. We simply said a dangerous infectious disease. The problem with these occurrences is that you can't define them too definitely. What is my definition of precipitous and what is yours? Yours might be a drop of 30%. Mine might be 25%. What happens when it hits 29%? That's the problem. When you see, if you are too prescriptive, then you lock yourself into a box. So in defining these 3 occurrences, we decided to have a framework approach. So it's a disaster under the Disaster Act, a dangerous infectious disease under the relevant legislation, and a precipitous decline. And the word precipitous does have a meaning in law. It means a very steep and rapid decline. That's what it means. And we have such a litigious society, I am sure, if any government were to try and dip into this fund when there is not a precipitous decline, I'm sure that there will be a whole battery of lawyers lining up to challenge any government that did that. But we have to define it in this way. You have to use a framework approach. We can't use a prescriptive approach. You can't define it. Look, Senator Mull is telling me we should have made this COVID-19 amendment. I can't do that. I was the Minister of Health when I personally declared SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, I think that's what SARS is, a dangerous infectious disease. And I did that because the medical doctors in the Ministry of Health told me that if SARS comes to Trinidad and Tobago, everybody in Trinidad and Tobago will die. It didn't. SARS had a very short life. It didn't last very long. MERS, that was a disease in the Middle East, also a respiratory disease. This disease is a respiratory disease. When you're faced with this kind of problem, and I've used the earthquake as an example, what about a hurricane? What would be a hurricane? What would be the number, the numerical point? 4, category 4, category 5. So the point I'm making to you is that when you're in this situation, you have to put words that have a natural English meaning, and then you have to expect that the government will apply the natural English meaning of what these words mean. If you try to define it too exactly, you may lock yourself into a situation where you defeat the entire purpose of what you're trying to do. But I do give the undertaking, as I've given Senator Timal, I'll give everybody this undertaking. We will come back and we'll do some more work on this act when we all have some more time and we don't have this horrible threat facing all of us. So, with those words, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act, Chapter 7009, the Government Savings Bond Act, Chapter 7141, and the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 7506, be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act, Chapter 7009, the Government Savings Bonds Act, Chapter 7141, and the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 7506.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So, President, in accordance with Standing Order 57.2, I beg to move that the bill not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act, Chapter 7009, the Government Savings Bond Act, Chapter 7141, and the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 7506, not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Honourable Senators, the question therefore is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act, Chapter 7009, the Government Savings Bonds Act, Chapter 7141, and the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 7506, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund Act, Chapter 7009, the Government Savings Bonds Act, Chapter 7141, and the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 7506.
Motions?
Before I call on the Minister of Finance, you may recall, members, that we have all agreed that the sitting will be completed by 7 p.m. So we have at 5:56:40 to determine how the benches are going to proceed. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, both the government and the independent bench intend to field one speaker, and my friend Senator Mark knows that we have worked on trying to reach an agreement, so I'll give him the opportunity to indicate what his position is.
Senator Mark.
I think in the spirit of compromise, I've been able to convince my colleague, Senator Obika, to stand down his contribution. So I shall be the only speaker consuming my time.
Your full time?
I have my full timer, and even more. No, not say for full time.
Yeah.
I think we all agree that we'll do 30 or 20. Well,
So let's assume, you all are really challenging my maths, my prowess, but okay. Let's assume we begin the debate at 6. We want to end the debate at 6:55, just to make sure we do all the procedural issues. So that leaves us with 55 minutes divided by 3. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I will try my best, Madam President, I will try my best to be as brief as I possibly can.
Minister of Finance, bearing in mind that you have to introduce and respond.
Thank you very much. I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 3.1 of the Development Loans Act that the government is authorized for the purpose of financing general development in Trinidad and Tobago, repayment of borrowings effected for such general development, or repayment of borrowings effected for general development by a statutory authority within the meaning of the Statutory Authorities Act, by an enterprise that is controlled by or on behalf of the state, or by the University of the West Indies, to borrow from time to time money externally or internally in a sum or sums not exceeding in the aggregate $45,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas it is also provided in the said Section 3.1 that thereafter such sums in such currency may from time to time be specified by resolution passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives. And whereas it is necessary for the government to borrow further sums of money for the purposes stated in the said sections, be it resolved that for the purposes stated in the said section, the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in the aggregate $10,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, this motion fits squarely into some of the recommendations made by honorable senators opposite, in that we don't utilize what the Senate has so graciously agreed to, all of the funding available to us in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. But as I said, we have to be very, very careful about borrowing. Because if we were downgraded into speculative grade, if that had happened, we might have had a situation where we could have been in a cross-default position, where certain lenders would have called in our loans. Some of the loans taken out some years ago, have in it a provision that if your sovereign rating is downgraded below investment grade, that the lender can call in the loan immediately. So we have to be very, very careful about what we are doing. The reason why I've come here today to ask for an increase of 10,000 million, which is 10 billion, in this particular act, there are 3 acts that allow the government to borrow. The first one is the Development Loans Act, Chapter 7104. The second one is the External Loans Act, Chapter 7105. And the third one is the Guarantee of Loans Companies Act, Chapter 7182. The first one, which we are dealing with now, allows the government to borrow for general development. The second one allows the government to borrow externally on the overseas market. The third one allows the government to guarantee loans taken out by state enterprises. We had come to this Parliament early in our term in 2015 to increase the borrowing limits because, like other things at that time, the borrowing limits were maxed out. And in 2015, it was agreed that the borrowing limit, this is in December 2015, was increased to $45 billion from a previous amount. I believe it was 30 billion at the time. The External Loans Act, we came and we got an increase up to $30 billion. The Guarantee of Loans, we got that increase to $45 billion. What has happened over the last 4 years is that we have found that it is much more cost-effective and easier and faster to borrow using the Development Loans Act. And at this time, the available headroom in the Development Loans Act is only $404 million. So that the current borrowing out of that limit of $45 billion under the Development Loans Act is $44.595 billion. We only have $400 million left in terms of borrowing under the Development Loans Act. But strangely, we still have a headroom of $10.4 billion under the External Loans Act. So if we wanted to, we could go overseas and borrow up to $10.4 billion without coming back for permission on the threshold from this Parliament. And under the Guarantee of Loans Companies, we still have headroom of $21 billion. So on the other 2 acts, which we came to this Parliament in December 2015 and got agreement from the Parliament, we have an aggregate of over $31 billion available to us. But it is not in the right place. And in retrospect, perhaps it was not the best idea to increase the limit in the companies, Guarantee of Loans Companies, to that extent, because we haven't used it. We still, as I said, we still have $21 billion in headroom available for us under the Guarantee of Loans Companies Act. And that would be a loan, let's say we are currently borrowing for MTS to complete the construction of schools, and that would be a loan taken out by MTS, guaranteed by the state. So this is what this Guarantee of Loans Companies Act is all about. So as I said, we have a headroom there. We can still borrow $21 billion under that act. And under the External Loans Act, such as the borrowing that we did in 2016 when I did the road show and we borrowed $1 billion US, we still have 10.4 there. But we only have $400 million left under the Development Loans Act. And in this crisis, the fastest and cheapest form of borrowing is under the Development Loans Act. I can tell you now that only today, in order to deal with a lot of the cash demands that we will have in the health sector. Prime Minister also announced that Cabinet approved additional funding, I would call it emergency funding, for the Ministry of Health today in the amount of $157 million. And that is to make sure there are adequate medical supplies for all of the workers and institutions in our regional health authorities. And this is money that has to be made available almost immediately. And therefore, only today, we have accessed some funding on the domestic market under the Development Loans Act. But as I said, we only have $400 million left there. So that after that $157 million is dealt with, which we need to deal with next week, this is to get respirators and ventilators and personal protective equipment and make sure that all of the RHAs are functioning throughout the country and so on. After that $157 million is disbursed to the Ministry of Health to make orders from suppliers, because suppliers are asking for cash now. Previously, you might have got credit from a supplier, but the entire global supply chain is crashing. So we don't make respirators here. We don't make medical face masks here. These have to be imported. And now the suppliers of these products from overseas are demanding cash from our people here. And the government in turn will have to pay right away. We don't have the kind of credit facilities, none of us, that we had before. So the reason why I have come to the Parliament with this particular motion is to give the government options so that we don't have to take the whole $1.5 billion out of the Heritage Fund if we can avoid it. This is to give us options. And we get the best interest rates using the Development Loans Act because it's a sovereign loan, direct loan to the government. If you guarantee a loan to a state enterprise, you have to add at least 1% in interest. So if we borrow at 3% over 3 years with a government loan under the Development Loans Act, we can get an interest rate of 3%. If we guarantee a loan to a state enterprise over 3 years, the institutions add 1%. You have to pay 4%. Even though you're giving a government guarantee, because they say they would have to go through the process of calling in the guarantee from the government, and they add an element of risk there. So that in terms of the situation we are in, and for efficiency, I think honorable senators will understand why we need to increase the headroom on the Development Loans Act at this point in time. As Senator Deonarine has said in another debate, we must have options available to us, and we should use the Heritage and Stabilisation Fund as the last resort. And therefore, I know she will support this motion wholeheartedly. I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is, whereas it is provided by Section 3(1) of the Development Loans Act that the government is authorized for the purpose of A, financing general development in Trinidad and Tobago, B, repayment of borrowings effected by such general development, or C, repayment of borrowings effected for general development, 1, by a statutory authority within the meaning of the Statutory Authorities Act, 2, by an enterprise that is controlled by or on behalf of the state, or 3, by the University of the West Indies, to borrow from time to time money externally or internally in a sum or sums not exceeded in the aggregate $45,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas it is also provided in the said Section 3(1) that thereafter such sum in such currency may from time to time be specified by resolution passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives. And whereas it is necessary for the government to borrow further sums of money for the purposes stated in the said section, be it resolved that for the purposes stated in the said section, the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in the aggregate $10,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. Senator Mark. Senator Mark.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Senator Mark, may I ask how long you think you will be? The minister took about 7 minutes. Are you going to match that?
No, ma'am. I can't.
Okay.
No, I can't. Sorry about that.
All right, but no.
We have agreed already that I'll try to be at 20 minutes.
20?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I'm reluctantly agreeing to that.
Oh, Senator Mark, 20 minutes is fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Madam President, thank you so very much. Madam President, the government has come to this Parliament, this Honourable Senate, I should say, to increase the aggregate amount of loans that it can access under this Development Loans Act from the current amount of 45 billion, and they are seeking to increase that by another 10 billion. So we are being asked to allow the government to increase and give them the all clear under this Development Loans Act to access $10 billion. May I say, Madam President, from the outset, that we have never been and we will never be against increasing our borrowing capacity, particularly if we are engaged in very productive activities. One of the things that we are concerned about is our capacity and ability to repay, to service these loans. And Madam President, the Honourable Minister said that we were able to successfully access close to $150 million or thereabout for the health sector speedily today. I would like him in winding up to let us know from which institution. No, you'll do that when you're winding up. You were able to access that amount from. Madam President, we are concerned, as the Honourable Minister, as the international rating agencies, as other lending agencies, about the sustainability of this borrowing and rising levels of debt that we are faced with as a nation. Madam President, as you would see in the motion, as you would have noted in the motion, we have the ability under this Act to borrow both internally and externally for a variety of purposes. But the developmental aspect is very critical as it deals with financing general development of TNT. What we have noted is that our debt, according to the Central Bank Economic Bulletin of January 2020, we have now moved from what was 107. No, may I repeat or recast? The central bank in its bulletin stated that gross public sector debt increased to $122.7 billion, which represents 74.7% of GDP in December of 2019, which represented a $1.5 billion increase over September of 2019. So we are seeing, Madam President, whether it is central government domestic debt increasing to $49.5 billion, according to the central bank bulletin, at the end of 2019, which represented a 5.4% increase compared to what was there at the end of September 2019. And Madam President, So central government debt is increasing. We also have, Madam President, the central government external debt is also increasing, and we are seeing it represented here. And most importantly, even though the minister said we didn't get into that area, we still have a large amount of money under that guarantee of Companies Loans Act. We are seeing their contingent liabilities increased by $714.4 million, amounting to a 30.7 billion as at the end of December. So, Madam President, what we are seeing is a rise and a continuous increase in our overall public sector debt. And I want to remind the minister, as I'm on my legs here, Honorable Minister, you gave us on the 8th of December 2015, as you are giving us here today, an undertaking, a commitment. And Madam President, we were concerned in 2015 about the amount of monies that we were accessing and giving the government the all clear to borrow. And we didn't have a plan before us. We didn't have a strategy before us. We didn't have a program before us. And the government said, trust us. And we allowed the government to increase their loan capacity by 10 billion. The minister is now reporting that all we have out of that 10 billion is 400 million as at today's date. So we have exhausted that 10 billion. But Madam President, on the 8th of December 2015, this is what the Honorable Minister of Finance told us. And I want to quote from the Hansard record. I am given an undertaking now because I think it is important and everybody knows the state of our debt in this country. I cannot tell you when. I cannot say I will do it every 6 months. I don't want to make that commitment now, but on a regular basis, every year, there will be reports to the Parliament on the state of the country's debt. I give you that commitment here today. He goes on, Madam President, I don't want to go into details. I don't want to talk out of turn and say I will do it every 3 months or every 6 months. But I will do it at least once per year. You will see what the debt is. You will see what the government guarantee debt is, what the contingency liabilities are. This is not a government of secrecy. We are not going to hide anything. We will present to you so you would see, so that if you think we are going off course, we could raise an alarm. We are going to give you the information. I end, Madam President, the quote. That is one thing I promise we will do for you. Honorable Minister, you gave that commitment 4.5 years ago, and not a statement has been made available to us in this Parliament on these commitments that you have given us. And Madam President, I think that is very sad, because here it is today, because of certain circumstances, I have to be confined to 20 minutes, which I have agreed to. But Madam President, when you look at, for instance, the state of play in our society today as it relates to the public sector debt, Madam President, today our public sector debt stands, in fact, at the end of December, it stood at 65.5% of GDP when compared to when we demitted office in September of 2015. It stood at 47.1%. So we have gone from 47.1% to 65.5% of debt to GDP in terms of ratio. And Madam President, I want to also tell the Honorable Senate through you that central government debt per person at the end of 2005 stood at $20,102.102, Madam President. So you round it off to $20,000 per person. You know what it was at the end of 2019? Each citizen now owes $67,489, Madam President. That is where we are, and that is where we are going. And Madam President, that does not include, Madam President, contingency liabilities of state enterprises and statutory boards. This is where we are today, Madam President. And therefore, the whole question of debt sustainability becomes very crucial, because we don't have, because of time constraints, I am sure the Minister will give us an undertaking again that he will provide us with a plan, a program, a strategy as to how we are going to meet our debt obligations. Because if we are going to give approval for $10 billion under the Development Loans Act, Madam President, we need to know how that money, when we access it, how are we going to repay it? Madam President, I'd like the Honourable Minister to also tell us what is the debt servicing at the moment in terms of the percentage of revenues that we have to take out of our annual budget in order just to service our debt, both internally and externally. And Madam President, I am sure it is close to $6 billion or $7 billion a year. And the Minister could tell us what the figure is. And this is going to increase, Madam President. Madam President, the international community, the World Bank, particularly the IMF, have indicated to us and to many countries that a good threshold for sustainable development and growth in terms of debt to GDP is 60%. 60% debt to GDP ratio. They say anything in excess of that could pose a sustainability problem in terms of debt repayment. Now, as I said earlier in my contribution, Madam President, the question is not borrowing. We can borrow, Madam President. The question is our ability to repay what we have borrowed. But if the economy is contracting and getting smaller, and we are borrowing larger sums of money, we have a challenge, we have a crisis, and we need to know how we are going to address this challenge and this crisis, Madam President. And Madam President, our economy, before this coronavirus visited our shores, we were under a period of 4 consecutive negative economic periods of growth. So the economy for the last 4 years have been shrinking and contracting for the last 4 years. And I believe, Madam President, we are also going to face further contraction in the 5th year because of all the factors that we know is taking place or we know that are taking place at the present time. So we have to be very careful, Madam President, that the government comes with a plan, comes with a program, comes with a strategy to deal with growth, to expand production, to increase economic activity, to increase the size of the economy, so that, Madam President, we'll be able to repay our international debt obligations. Madam President, not only is our domestic debt rising, but our foreign debt is also growing. The Minister just admitted that just very shortly we have to find monies to service 2 bonds that were raised internationally. One by the last government, our government, and one by his government, and so on. I think ours is coming, it is due now, or it is coming very shortly, and we have to meet those obligations. Now, Madam President, if we don't pay, they will isolate us. They will alienate us. They will not deal with us. So that is the international community. So we have to meet our obligations. And Madam President, if we have to meet our obligations, it means to say that at the end of the day, if we don't have a plan, if we don't have a strategy, if we don't have a program, then it will mean to say that the population will be called upon to pay higher taxes. Because we have to meet our obligations, and the government is going to extract larger taxes. Because, Madam President, as it takes more and more of our income and revenue to service our foreign debt, the government has goods and services to provide to the population. And how are they going to provide it? They have to tax us. So the more money we put aside to pay for our foreign debt and our domestic debt, is the less and less amount of monies we have to deal with our national and general development in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President. So this is a very serious matter that we are dealing with. And the government has an obligation, first of all, Madam President, to meet its obligation it gave under through the Hansard via the Minister of Finance. He has, that is the Honorable Minister, he has to meet that obligation and that commitment by providing us with the information, as the Honorable Minister said he would do, Madam President. So, Madam President, I know that I have given an undertaking, and I don't like to renege on my undertaking in terms of this matter, but it is clear to me and clear to us on this side that whilst we deal with this matter before us, we need to get a clear undertaking from the Minister of Finance in wrapping up. How is he going to be spending this $10 billion and on what? And we need to get from him, most importantly, whether he will bring a plan of action, a strategy and a program to this Parliament so that we can understand what is the capacity and what is the strategy to meet our international and domestic obligations as it relates to our mounting debt, including this $10 billion that we are going to provide to the Honorable Minister via this motion that is before us. So, Madam President, this is a matter that is of grave importance to us, and we want the Honorable Minister, as I said, to provide some clarity in his winding up so that we will be better we'll be better placed to understand if we give you this check of $10 billion, please tell this Honorable Parliament and the people of TNT how we are going to repay it. Madam President, if we are not careful, we are going to mortgage the livelihoods of our future generations if we do not operate within a planning framework for the monies that we are going to borrow and to spend. What we must avoid at all costs, Madam President, is that when we borrow these monies, we must inject much of it into capital programs, into capital projects, and not put a lot of it into recurrent expenditure to deal with everyday commitments on the part of the government. That is going to be a recipe for disaster. And as A.N.R. Robinson told us in this 86 period, 87 period, if we are not careful, the dragon, which is the IMF, the jaws of the dragon will eat us up and will devour us. So we need to be careful, Madam President, that we do not set up ourselves for the invasion of our economy and society by these multinational lending agencies that will put on structural adjustment program on our country and its people. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Mark, for painting these statistics for us today. Thankfully, I don't have to go and paint these statistics as well. Now, Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Speaker, I do endorse the comments that Senator Mark made, because what is going to happen is that this crisis would basically mean that the macroeconomic fundamentals of the country would worsen, because we are dealing, all our macroeconomic indicators going to suffer a significant decline. Though we got a good rating from the Standard & Poor's this year, because of the decline that the economy will go through over the next fiscal period, over the rest of the year, going into the next year, we would suffer a situation where we have persistently low energy prices, which would weaken the public finances. We would have additional vulnerabilities associated with narrow economic diversification, and we would have growing external fiscal imbalances, right? Hence the reason we are increasing our borrowing at this point in time. And also what is going to happen is that our targets that we initially established to balance the budget, it would move further. It will become more difficult for us to balance the budget in the near future. So, Madam President, what we need going forward is a clearly articulated policy response. We need adjustments. Adjustments would be required to cope with the external double shock. And of course, we know debt has been increasing, and this may very well mean that we would have to cut public expenditure at some point in time. Debt monitoring and foreign reserves monitoring would become the central economic problem going forward. Most of the debt may very well be going towards financing recurrent expenditure, and there are studies out there that have shown that once debt to GDP reach a certain level, it results in negative economic growth going forward. It does not contribute to the productive capacity of the economy. So I too, like Senator Mark, Madam President, would like to urge the government to look at producing a debt management strategy. I raised it earlier in my initial contribution. Now, with a debt management strategy, you will be able to create projections as to where your debt would be going, given a long-term economic growth, long-term budget deficit projections, budget surpluses projections, and also looking at your long-term interest rates on the loans that you already have. Now, a debt management strategy usually involves something called a debt sustainability analysis, Madam President. And the last debt sustainability analysis that I would have done premised on a long-term economic growth rate of 2% and an interest rate of 4%. The results indicated that we need, in order to maintain the debt to GDP ratio at around 63%, we needed to be running a primary surplus around 1.25% of GDP, 1.25% of GDP. Madam President, through you, Honorable Minister of Finance, I assure that your debt management team in the Ministry of Finance is also doing this work, and I urge them to continue doing this work and advise you on the scenarios that you have available and carefully monitor the debt that we are going to accumulate going forward. I also would like to recommend again that we produce a debt management strategy for the country. It is a published document which looks at the medium-term sustainability of debt management. With those few words, Madam President, I thank you.
Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I see I have 25 minutes. Don't I? Don't I have 25 minutes? 20 minutes, sorry. Yeah. 20 minutes. Just would like to read from a document. Total public sector debt or gross public sector debt moved from 161,000 million in fiscal 2018 to 120,604,000 million in fiscal 2019. This figure comprises net public sector debt of 102,083 million, or $102 billion, plus borrowings for open market operations, which consist of Treasury bills, 14 billion, Treasury notes, 1.9 billion, Treasury bonds, 2.6 billion. Proceeds of open market instruments are not utilized by the central government for its operations, but are held or sterilized at the central bank. Borrowings for the purpose of open market operations are expected to decrease by 5 billion in 2019, in accordance with monetary policy. The overall 1.4 billion increase in gross public sector debt is due to an increase of 6.5 billion in net public sector debt. The net public sector debt comprises central government domestic debt, 45.3%, central government external debt, 25.9%, contingent debt, 28.7%, as well as bolts and leases, 0.1%. It is anticipated that net public sector debt will increase by 6.8% from 95 billion in fiscal 2018 to 102 billion by the end of fiscal 2019. Based on revised GDP, net public sector debt as a percentage of GDP is estimated to increase from 60.1% at the end of fiscal 2018 to 62% at the end of fiscal 2019. Public sector domestic debt, which accounts for 72.9% of net public sector debt and includes direct central government and government guaranteed debt issued domestically, is projected to increase by 5 billion or 7.2% in fiscal 2019, equating to 45.2% of GDP. Public sector external debt, which accounts for 27.1% of net public sector debt, is anticipated to grow by 1.5 billion or 5.9% by the end of fiscal 2019. As a percentage of GDP, this category of debt is expected to increase from 16.5% in fiscal 2018 to 16.8% in fiscal 2019. Direct central government debt, both domestic and external, is expected to increase by 8.5% or 5.7 billion from 67 billion in fiscal 2018 to 72.7 billion fiscal 2019, from 42.2% of GDP to 44.4% of GDP. Contingent liabilities, comprising the government guaranteed debt of state enterprises and statutory authorities, is anticipated to increase by 831 million, 2.9%, from 28 million in fiscal 2018 to 29 billion in fiscal 2019, equates to 17.8% of GDP. Central government domestic debt, which accounts for 45.3% of net public sector debt, is projected to rise by 9.6% from 42.2 billion in fiscal 2018 to 46.2 billion in fiscal 2019. Central government domestic debt is estimated at 28.1% of GDP in fiscal 2019. During the fiscal year, the government issued 10 central government bonds totaling 6.3 billion, the proceeds of which were utilized for budget financing and debt repayment. These were issued as follows: one $640 million, 15-year, 5.54%, a $500 million bond, 3-year, 3.4%, a $1.2 billion bond, 1-year, 3.05%, $500 million bond, 4-year, 3.7%, a US $21 million, 6-year, 5%, $800 million bond, 6-month, 1.9%, $1.7 billion, 1-year, 3.05%, $300 million, 13-year, 5.05%, US $36 million, 7-year, 4.25%, $300 million, 6-year, 3.99%. Build, own, lease, and transfer arrangements are expected to decline by 19.3% or 25 million from 130 million in fiscal 2018 to 105 million in 2019 as these facilities are paid down. Central government external debt is expected to grow by 6.8%. I'm just reading what is in the report submitted annually in the Parliament to you, Honorable Senator, through the President, that you say you've never seen. Central government external debt is projected to grow by 6.8% from 24.7 billion in fiscal 2018 to 26.4 billion in fiscal 2019. At the end of fiscal 2019, this component of public debt is estimated at 25.9% of net public sector debt, 16% of GDP. The increase is mainly due to the drawdown of US $100 million under a new US $200 million 15-year floating rate loan from the Corporación Andina de Fomento for the implementation of a sector-wide approach program to support construction and maintenance of the national road network. In addition, during fiscal 2019, disbursements totaling $1.8 billion were received from existing facilities from CAF, UniCredit Bank, Austria, the Inter-American Development Bank, as follows: $120 million under the $120 million policy loan from CAF to support the medium-term fiscal consolidation strategy, 81.3 million euros for the credit facility for the Point Fortin Hospital from the UniCredit Bank, and 6.5 million US from the IDB for the information management strengthening system at the Registrar General's Department. 3.5 million under the project loan for the single electronic window for trade and business. 4.3 million under the Health Services Support Program. US 12.7 million under the Water Modernization and Wastewater Rehabilitation Program. And US 36.8 million under the Multi-Phase Wastewater Rehabilitation Program. Contingent liabilities are government-guaranteed debt of state enterprises and statutory bodies backed by letters of guarantee or deeds of guarantee. These liabilities are anticipated to increase by 831.5 million from 28 billion in fiscal 2018 to 29 billion in fiscal 2019. Letters of guarantee issued, this is the report that you say you never got. Letters of guarantee issued a forecast to increase by 2.2 billion or 17.9% from 12.5 billion in fiscal 2018 to 14.8 billion in fiscal 2019. Yes, by email. And let's go on now to the other matter that the Honorable Senator said he never got. Total central government debt service is expected to decrease by 18.6% or 1.66 billion from 8.9 billion in fiscal 2018 to 7.255.2 billion in fiscal 2019. 3.753 billion of which are principal repayments and 3.501 billion as interest payments. Domestic debt service, which currently accounts for 72% of total debt service, is estimated at $5,281 million for fiscal 2019, of which $2,903 million is attributed to principal repayments and $2,378 million to interest. Of the $2,903 million in principal repayments, $1,240 million representing refinancing or rollover of existing debt represented outright repayment of existing debt. External debt service is expected to increase by 17% or $286.3 million from $1,687 million in fiscal 2018 to $1,973 million in fiscal 2019. All of this is in the reformatted, rewritten, transparent, detailed review of the economy, which I lay in this parliament every year. So I made good on my promise. I put all of the information that you asked for, Honorable Senator, in the review of the economy. 10 pages of it, every single loan, every interest payment, debt to GDP ratio, debt service commitments, every single thing. It's there. I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that for the purposes stated in the said section, the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in the aggregate $10,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The motion has been carried. Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this Senate be adjourned to a date to be fixed. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, allow me, on behalf of the entire Senate, to congratulate and wish all Spiritual Shouter Baptists the very best, as Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day is celebrated on this Monday, March the 30th, 2020. At this point in time in our nation's history, and in fact, in the history of the world, where there is such doubt and uncertainty about our future, we look to the Spiritual Shouter Baptists and we take heart from their determination and their faith, which overcame the seemingly insurmountable obstacles of prejudice and unjust laws. So we congratulate them on their achievements, and we say to them that we are inspired. We are inspired by what they have done, and we are inspired to overcome whatever challenges are presented to us. So, Honourable Senators, once more, let me thank you all very sincerely for the tremendous cooperation across the board that was given today. It is wonderful when the Senate, when all members can come together and we can cooperate with one another. So, Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.